6:13. All right. Start with Pledge of Allegiance. It's number three, but we'll just start with that and then go on. Oh, look in the picture. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. All right. Let's go ahead and roll call. Here. Here. Okay. Before we begin today's proceedings, I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge the recent passing of our city attorney, Peter Watts. Peter served the city of King City for a number of years, providing legal guidance and support to this council and to our city departments. While we may have differed in our perspectives at times, his role was an important one. On behalf of city and city council, and the city of King City, I extend our sincerest condolences to his family and friends and colleagues. Our thoughts are with you. I would like to ask Mr. Tyso to also read our this on our website and our
As a child, Peter.
It is. It's the May 13th minutes.
Oh, but where's the May 21 minutes? Do we have those somewhere, or are they just not
There was something that I saw under the Charlene agreement. It says that the result says motion failed, but it should say pass.
Page 6 and
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it should just say motion pass, and then I think Dan had a correction as well.
What page is that on? Is it this one? Yes, definitely. It's at the bottom of page 3. Right? The
Yeah.
very last line.
It's like,
It's actually
Seven.
It's actually at the top of page 7, but the whole narrative is that. Or I should- I thought it was.
and then actually the one underneath that too, is development for Starling, says motion failed by one. I think that was all that I had. Denny, did you have any corrections? Any other questions about the minutes?
Yeah, no.
All in. Okay, item number 6.
Well, my thing just went down and came back up. Something's going on. Yeah, it went down. It went down. Remember how you showed me? It went off. Well, I hope it was fine. It shows down here the internet. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Is mine working? this to talk, right? Hello, hello, hello.
Folks online, we're gonna try to stream through my computer and get us going here. We are having some technical difficulties with our system. So please bear with us and we're gonna patch together. So just bear with me, please.
Right in front of the speaker.
Mike, I have Zoom on this phone. Do you want me to Zoom it?
Yeah, thank you.
That's what I'm doing right here. I'm just gonna change the,
Don't here.
Yeah.
Okay. You can hear the mayor. He's
Testing.
testing. You can hear that.
I'm just gonna turn this all the way up. So hopefully we can hear. This is useless, I think.
The phone's just died. So.
I'm just gonna put this later.
Let's go with the mic's laptop.
Mike, you're recording it just from your laptop now, is that right?
Yeah.
And then just counselors speak very loudly.
Yeah, it's recording.
Not that loud.
So this one will face this way, but we also have the video on here from this that's going this way, so it'll be both sides.
So our
Our
audio.
audio is now only going through the register.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you'll have to use your mics because it'll pick up.
Okay.
Hi, Mike.
They can hear us, right?
Yeah.
We're live.
Go, Ben.
Okay. Back at it. Okay. Item number 6, approval of financials. We're gonna look at the May 2025 financials. Do we have, oh,
We have Katie online.
okay.
Is she been promoted to panelist, Max? Do you promote her to panelist or allow her to talk about the May financials? Mira's online as well, so.
Katie's unmuted.
Katie, if you can hear us, we would love your financial report.
Can you hear me? This is Katie.
We can barely.
Barely. Mira, are you online? Can they hear you any better?
Wonder if I- She's on. We can hear you, Katie.
Yes, I'm here.
And Mira, we can hear you.
So from the, on the general fund page. And this is almost at the end of the fiscal year, so we can see most of the revenue we received exceeds the budget. So which is good sign, and the expenditure is less than what we budgeted. And then it's the same as the street fund. For the each fund, revenue, it's more than what we received. And the expenditure is less than what we budgeted. So for the local levy option, it's standard. And we have and then the next one will be the park system development charge. And we budgeted 2.5 million. However, for the SDC fund for this current budget year, we the development, the new building, and hopefully next year we have more revenue coming in. So the next one will be the transportation SDC fund. it's the same. We budgeted 2 million for the SDC fee and only received 52,000. And just due to the new development project. The last one is the transportation development tax, TDT tax. So anybody have any question on the May financial summary? Katie, you want to add?
Yeah, just quickly on that, on all the buildings, if you recall, we did push a lot of those building permits out into the 2026 budget. So we did have that conversation when we approved the 2026 budget that a lot of those revenues were pushed into 26.
Yes.
So that hopefully should be fresh on everyone's minds.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. Am I looking at the right thing? I'm looking at the item. It says King City Fund Summary for the 11 months ending May 31, 2025, general fund. Is that what we're looking at?
We looked at all of them.
Yeah, I can barely hear her, but yes, there should be a page for every fund and a summary.
So I don't see anything about buildings on here.
So you have to keep scrolling down.
I have
the-
it. Steve and
So
I
wait,
just we
wait,
were scrolling
Steve.
up and down. I don't see it.
So there's on page 1 of the financial fund summary, you'll see something that says building permits.
I see the building permits.
And then if you scroll over there, you'll see the period actual, which says 61,000, and then the year to date actual at 524,000. The budget is 1.6.
Budget.
The variance is 1.1. We're at 31% of what our predicted number was.
Okay.
These are revenues. And so what we've done is we've moved most of those revenues over into the 26 fiscal year. So we're projecting those revenues that we had in the prior budget year to actually hit next budget year because everything is behind schedule when it comes to the development front. So
And then I see expenditures, city council. What do we spend on city council? How did we get to 13 or
to the
100?
92%.
Yeah, what are we spending on?
So the city council budget is for all of our events, our legal services, the buildings here. It's everything that's used in the support of city business, city council business.
Okay. I didn't know we were spending that much money. Okay. Do we have a budget for like better sound and more consistent?
We do, yeah, we put about 30.
I'm not trying to be critical, I'm just asking because I keep getting bounced in and out of
Yeah,
here.
so you'll see these cameras, so we've installed 3 new cameras.
Yeah.
And then the next piece is the audio system.
Okay, do we have?
So we're trying to upgrade that next year. So we're putting it in the budget for the next cycle.
Okay.
So then we can bring in and get the audio side done. So we just finished the video side, which was about 40,000 for this whole stuff, and now
Is that city council, the city council budget?
it would be. It might be buildings and grounds, but yeah, I think a portion of it comes out of each bucket.
How much is the audio?
The audio is about 30,000 is what we're estimating, 30 to 40,000.
Do you need us to vote on that? Or how does
It
that
will
work?
come up. It will come up. It's on the budget for the next year, which
For
you've
the-
already approved.
Okay,
And then when the contract, we'll have to go for an RFP and we have to adhere to procurement requirements for everything. And then we have to pay premium wage, all that jazz. too, so.
what about for the Wi-Fi and all these things to work?
So the Wi-Fi in the building, we have boosters all over. You see these little discs
Yeah.
in here, that's a Wi-Fi booster. We have Wi-Fi boosters in every room and hallway throughout the building. And we actually have a decent bandwidth coming into the building through Comcast. I want to say it's a few gigs coming into this building for Wi-Fi service.
That's insane.
But we also are in a very old brick building and these walls don't like to cooperate with Wi-Fi signals too well. So we do have boosters though that give us a little bit of technology, but it does give us a little bit of feedback too and some problems here and there which we're experiencing tonight.
Where are the boosters, Mike?
Every time you see one of these little discs that's above that camera right there, that little white disc,
Oh, that's not the camera itself?
nope, see the camera? The camera's on the wall and then right above it, you'll see a little thing, it looks like almost a smoke
Ah.
detector.
Yeah,
That's actually a Wi-Fi booster
okay.
and they're all throughout the building.
I should bring a plug-in and put it right here.
Yeah, there's also Ethernet, so I think most of
Oh,
this
yeah.
is probably wired with Ethernet, but you'd have to be able to log into our system and find, because there's a security firewall. It is the other thing, is like, as a government agency,
Sure.
we're susceptible to cybersecurity risks and things of that nature, so we have a pretty formidable firewall that also creates some struggles for us sometimes on people accessing online platforms, because it does prevent that firewall.
Yeah.
Sometimes computers will run against that firewall and not like it very well. The keys for that.
Okay, thanks so much.
Is it okay if I ask one more question? Okay, I don't know why I'm not seeing it on here, but when I first opened this, when Ronnie sent it, I saw something about legal fees being increased. Is that on here somewhere?
That's under the supplemental budget.
So that we're not on the budget yet.
That's not, yeah. It's a
Okay,
high
oh wait,
note.
okay, because I knew I had a question.
All right, any further questions about financials? Can I get a motion to approve?
I'll second.
Moved by Council President Gelfen, seconded by Councilor Earhart. All in favor, raise your hand. Vince?
No longer have my computer, so.
It says yes.
Vince says yes. Okay,
Okay, so it's.
passes unanimously.
Unanimous.
All right. And next, our special presentation, TVFNR. Thank you so much for being here, for bearing with us.
No problem. I understand ITAV challenges. I've had them myself many times. Good evening. I'm Brian Smith, Division Chief of Government Public Affairs. And let me begin by extending condolences from Chief Weiss and all the men and women of PBFNR for the loss of your city attorney. Let me also begin by introducing Engine 35, and we have Lieutenant Dawson Hurley and his crew.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us.
And Public Affairs Officer Corinne Hanningen. I think many of you might know her already. So, and thank you, Max, not here, for helping us print some copies for you. So I think what we'll do, what might work best, is let's go page by page. Yeah. So we're on page 1, State of the District. Again, thank you for having us. Let's begin to move to page 2. Topics covered for this evening. Talk about wildfire deployments, 2024 response snapshot. Talk about EMS calls, emergency medical services, 2024 local option levy, recruitment, and then provide a bond and capital update for you all. Next page should be wildfire deployments. So we know that 2024 was a busy wildfire season in Oregon, in California, Washington, and all over. In Oregon, we had a record-breaking number of acres burned at 1.9 million acres. We had 88 separate task forces in Oregon. And we responded to 31 of those task force. And that was between June 25th and September 13th. And so as our fire season was winding down, you remember watching on the news what's happening in California. So we sent crews to California, as we often do, mutual aid with our neighboring states. And we had crews in California fighting fires in Southern California. And Oregon sent a total of 370 firefighters from 23 counties deployed to California from Oregon. We sent 14 personnel as part of a Washington and Yamhill County strike team. And one of our battalion chiefs also responded. And he was overall incident manager for the 370 Oregon firefighters that responded. Really proud of our ability to respond to fires in Oregon and helping our neighboring agencies. But one point I want to make sure we're clear on is that when we do mutual aid outside of our service area, we're using crews that are coming in and helping and doing that separate. So it's not impacting our current service levels. We're keeping our staffing the same, and we're sending crews out to help with those. So it also provides us a tremendous amount of experience and training as we respond and help other agencies respond to their fires. Let's go to the next page. That's King City incidents snapshot. And let's just begin by taking a look at that graphic. and you'll notice quite a bit of information. We like to capture and then share this data with you. And begin by just talking about the difference between dispatched as and what we found. An example might be Engine 35 maybe responding on a call. Someone had driven by and thought what they saw thought was smoke coming out the back of an apartment complex, for example. Engine 35 arrives, they realize it's not smoke, but it's steam coming from a dryer vent. So we were dispatched on one call, ended up being something different, right? So that happens quite a bit. But really take a look at the number of calls that are medical. About 7 of every 10 of our calls are medical. And that's not inconsistent, that's not new. And it's pretty typical in the fire and EMS industry. While we have fires, not as many as medical calls, we have hazmat calls and technical rescue calls. They're in smaller numbers, but just know that we have to be able to provide those services, never knowing what type of emergency might be happening in King City. And we use our resources from around the district to respond to all different call types. For example, downtown Tigard houses our technical rescue team. If you had a call requiring them, they would be coming from downtown Tigard. Next page is the emergency medical services page, EMS. So with EMS, we recognize and understand that a growing number of calls that we run are challenging in that the lower acuity calls. So we have about 70% of our calls are medical. And so we're trying to find ways to get the right resource, the right call at the right time, and identifying things that we can experiment with that may be helpful in getting that right resource at the right call at the right time. So we're looking at 3 things right there. We have, last year we had about 43,000 medical calls. And if we look at the Advanced Practice Community Paramedic, our APCP program, we'll talk about that one first. Our APCP program is a single unit response, one person responding out to those lower acuity call types that are happening in the community. And these might be people who are often utilizing the 911 services. And they may have needs that don't necessarily, thank you, Engine 35.
Thank you.
Thank you, good.
They might have needs that aren't necessarily might not be best handled by a 4-person fire engine, for example, right? So we have relationships with individuals out in the community, and we respond to them in a different way, providing them with, it could be just getting them resources that are available but they don't yet have. It could be medication administration. It could be setting up appointments. And so when they're out there doing that, our heavy assets are more available more often. The next one is our Advanced Resource Medic. That's a 2-year pilot project. We're working with Dispatch Health on that. That's a grant fund coming from the state of Oregon, allowing us to contract with a nurse practitioner through Dispatch Health, one of our advanced practitioner paramedics, and that nurse practitioner are out responding on calls. Example there might be call types where transport to the hospital might not be necessary, where a 4-person fire engine might not be necessary, but the needs are still there. And the nurse practitioner can do certain things that paramedics can't do because it's not in our scope. For example, replacing a Foley catheter, which is not an uncommon call, but typically that person would need to be transported to the hospital. In this scenario, that care can be provided in their home, thereby making transport to the hospital by ambulance into the already busy ER not necessary. So we're trying that. And the last one is nurse navigation. Nurse navigation is happening in Washington County, in Clackamas County. Again, a new thing for us, but this would be if someone calls in and they call into our dispatch center. Dispatcher then does a triage and they determine that this call could be transferred over to a nurse, and that nurse can then provide some resources, and a 911 call may not be necessary. Anytime the nurse can dispatch the fire apparatus out to the call, but many times they can manage that. If it's triaged appropriately, they can manage that effectively without 911 response. Okay. Next page, local option levy. So we were here a little over a year ago, and talking about our upcoming local option levy, which was on the May ballot of last year. So thank you all for your support for our local option levy. We were successful in the May ballot of last year. And that new levy amount will go into effect in July. And so residents will begin seeing that on the November tax statement. Yeah. Next page is recruitment. Recruitment continues to be a challenge for us. Been challenging for the fire service and for lots of people really since COVID. So we're continuing to be challenged by recruitment, but we're doing a number of things to try to bridge those gaps. We're still getting really, really high quality people hired, but we're not seeing as many people come into the application process as we're used to seeing. And so we're continuing recruitment efforts through connections with high school programs, community colleges, other colleges, social media, and advancing improvements in our website and process. And these are things that we're trying to do to bring in more people into the front door for our processes. So, and then internally, we're faced with recruitment challenges in a different way, in that we have a tremendous amount of retirements happening. And so we're trying to get our folks trained up and ready to promote to those next levels. As people retire out, we need people to be ready to promote up. And so we're doing a variety of things to get our folks ready for those next levels, additional training and opportunities to get them ready. So. Okay, and let's go to bond and capital projects. 2021, voters approved a capital a general obligation bond. And with those funds, we're engaging in projects all around the district. We have profiled 3 here this evening. First one is King City Station 35. And we're happy to report that station rebuild, and it will be a complete rebuild, is getting underway. In the process right now of establishing temporary quarters, which will be on the current property. So the crew will respond from a manufactured home on the property as we rebuild the station. And so I think there's a photo there. You can take a look at that.
Yeah, it's right down here on Highway 99.
Yep, same location. So it'll take some time to get it rebuilt, but the process is underway. So, and in Newburgh, Station 20 and 22. So Station 20 in downtown Newburgh is also slated to be completely rebuilt. And so we're working right now, like in King City, in the process of getting our crews relocated to a temporary location where that building is then scraped and rebuilt. So also out in rural Newburgh, we're looking at a piece of property to build a rural fire station, but something we've been working on for some time to identify and then secure a piece of property so we can build a rural fire station sometime in the next couple of years. So, and the last thing I'll focus on our capital bonds will be our training center out in Sherwood, Tonquin Road. That training center is the admin building is a place where lots of training happens, where I did my academy 25 years ago. And so we spend thousands of hours per year in that building. And that building is just showing its age, and it's time for it to be replaced. We have plans to do some additional things at the training center, but our primary focus right now will be to replace that building. In the process right now of getting that approved and that process figured out. So looking forward to that. But let me again thank all of you for your support for our bond that we passed back in 2021. And the last slide is a TBFNR QR code. So let me just say it's a privilege to serve King City. I was mentioning earlier that when I came out of the academy back in 2001, I spent some time at the King City Fire Station. And I spent some time there along the way over my career as well. So I know it pretty well. It's a privilege to serve in King City and appreciate the opportunity to present to you this evening. Couldn't get it all in tonight. So the QR code is a chance for you to watch a video led by Fire Chief Derek Weiss, and it'll provide some information that we haven't covered tonight and some that we have. So with that, any questions?
When you get called to California and Washington, do the states reimburse you for that?
They do,
Or
yes.
You're not just donating your services?
No.
Why are we rebuilding Station 35? What was the impetus? Do we have more people and it's not large enough, or it's not up to code, or remind me what precipitated that?
The primary thing is just the age of the structure itself. I think it was built sometime maybe in the early 80s, late 70s. So of course we've maintained it well. It is up to code. But you know, we've kind of outgrown it as a facility. And you know, we're adding some programming to our fire stations that make it a safer place for the firefighters when it comes to how we manage our PPEs and all of that. So that's going to be part of this as well. And we've upgraded our fire station, our new fire stations, around making it easier for us to accommodate women firefighters as well, right? So that's all part of our new station design. And so this station will give us the opportunity to put all of our new programming to the station. Yeah. Anything else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank
you
you,
so much.
great job.
Okay, next item on the agenda, we have open forum. Open forum is intended to ensure the community has an opportunity to provide input for items being considered on the agenda or make suggestions for future agendas. At this time, council will be happy to receive your comments pertaining to items on this agenda, with the exception of public hearings. Each person's time will be limited to between 3 and 4 minutes. Start my timer as we go. Looks like we've got a couple on here. The first one we have is Tara Roth.
I'm Tara Rock with Roseberry HOA. We have a very small 62 building houses over off of Macbeth and 134th. And I've been trying to get our yellow stripes painted for the past 8 to 10 years. I've been there for 15. And my daughter works for DJC of Oregon, which King City uses to get bids on for street repairs and all kinds of stuff. They just received one. And I'm saying that the streets that you're talking about tearing up and repaving don't really need it compared to, you know, other things that are needed in our city. We live when our division was built in 2006, the King City Council that was back then decided it was a good idea to make our streets smaller than any other city, any other street in the cities. And so we have parking on each side. One car can go through. There's kids running all over the place. Yeah, and the yellow lines would help people know that they can't park there, even though, you know, sometimes they do. But right now you can't even tell half the time that there is a yellow line. So we would like to have that repainted, or I can buy the paint with our HOA and I'll go out and paint them. I mean, it's not a lot of streets, not a lot of corners. So yeah. Yeah, the curbs, you know, in front of the fire hydrants, on corners. The really bad corner we have on Macbeth and 134th, because 134th sits in and Macbeth sits out. So you have Edgewater over here that you're trying to get, and you can't see cars because cars are parked. And then there's SUVs on this side. So you have to be halfway out in the street and yeah, it's.
People are parking when they shouldn't be parking.
No, yeah, they are parking. Yeah, but
It's a hazard design.
yeah, it's just a very hazardous design. I've asked to have the one on the corner of Macbeth and 134th by the fire hydrant that is on to the right, if you're looking at Macbeth on 134th, if they could, take one parking spot out,
Right.
would help people to see, because there's always an SUV there. Oh, yeah,
Other than daughter, but the thing is that one of my pet peeves, and I've talked to Lieutenant Ziegler about it, is definitely during rush hour, like 5:30 when I'm coming home from work.
Oh, yeah.
And I turn off of 131st onto Macbeth. There's always several tailgaters. They're all in a rush to get home. And do you know how many times, and I just go at maybe 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was another thing, is we need that.
45 seconds left, so I want to give her time.
You can't see the kids.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's another thing. Yeah, you can't see the kids. And I've yelled at them. I've talked to the parents going, hey, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, we would like to have something done with that, and also, just out of curiosity, who takes care of the sidewalks on Beef Bend? That's, by, Deer Creek Elementary, going that way, and on, Bull Mountain side too. Because,
Beef Bend,
okay,
right,
people have, blackberries and stuff. You can't even walk on one side of the street half the time. And then the other side, even, over by Deer Creek. Yeah,
I apologize. That's
I know, I
time.
talk too much.
I do think that this is worth adding to our next agenda, just
Yeah.
to discuss what our options are. So thank you for your
Oh,
time.
thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Debbie Watt.
I'm gonna save you guys, and I'm just gonna, I'm passing on to Sam.
Okay, Sandy Cunningham.
That's me. I have a handout. Go as fast as I can, I promise. This is my handout. Everything I'm going to talk about, you're going to see on your handout, okay? So if I run out of time, you can just add it to the next agenda, or I can just stop talking. So, if or when the TSP is open for review, I request the city look at addressing the traffic concerns of the citizens of original King City. I recently attended a KCC annual meeting, and there is considerable concern and anger rising about the speeding and the city's lack of response. I prepared a few ideas to help resolve the issues on my street. Please understand that I am not an engineer, so have done this with chalk and a measuring tape. Between 4 and 7, most nights, weeknights, it can be dangerous to cross King George. Councillor Gelfand was nearly rear-ended a couple of weeks ago when turning into his driveway. The car punched the gas and passed his car, moving onto the oncoming lane to avoid hitting his car. The next day, I witnessed a larger truck, one of those big Ford F-51 types, passing a car right in front of my house. This is becoming a common traffic issue. With the estimated 8,000 to 10,000 cars accessing Kingston Terrace, a large percentage of these cars will use King George to bypass the lights at Beef Bend and Fisher Roads. On the first page of your handout is my map. I've drawn and showed you where the cars are coming from. They come through the shopping center, across the golf course, turn left, speed down King George, turn onto Prince Albert to turn left and onto Beef Bend. That saves them a few minutes at the light at Beef Bend or at Fisher. This little second picture, I'm going to tell you that this little jog right here next to my house, this is my house right here. There's this little jog right here. The next picture, in 2021, a car couldn't make the turn and was driving too fast. Night, rain, cell phone, swerved to miss the truck parked across the street. The car drove into the house that I now own. Stuff happens on my street. So the important thing is, this third picture is the first idea, is the easiest and probably the most cost-effective. Stop left-hand turns from Prince Albert onto Beef Bend. You will see in both examples, they allow for left turns from Beef Bend onto Prince Albert. These diagrams are examples that I found on the ODOT paper addressing traffic calming. A copy of the first page of that report is attached for your reference. Also, a PedSafe white paper addressing intersection median barriers. So this is the funniest little thing. You're gonna laugh at for the next picture. The fourth picture is a bit different. You've probably all heard of Mill End Park. It's in downtown Portland. It's the smallest park in the world, or was. It's 200 square feet and it is in downtown Portland. It's now part of a pedestrian crossing, but once stood alone. The city could create a series of small parks at high intersections of high speed. So the fifth picture is my version of Mills End Park on my street. I'm not an engineer, but I created a mock-up near my house. The chalk mark around the plant is 200 square feet. There's approximately 325 feet around all the allowing you cars, ambulances, fire engines, and you can see my car doing that. And then at the bottom of that page of pictures is my car parked at Prince Albert at Beef Bend, showing room in the lane to make a barrier if possible. And then the last picture is a median barrier in Edgewater. They built them in Edgewater. So the beauty about this idea is that we could use the excess funds, the excess of park funds we've heard about to create these little parks. That's 70,000, and we could have our neighbors name them. That $70,000 to buy a piece of swamp along the river would be better spent on meridians, in my humble opinion. They would also add contrast to the long expanses of concrete along King George and Royalty Parkway. Please ask Weston to move up on these concerns. I've been asking about this since 2021, and I'm always told there's no money. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your,
Great idea.
I think that
But there's a few more paragraphs, so please read them.
we will read them. And I think that this is a worthwhile thing to also discuss next time as well.
Thank you very much.
The picture of that car that's going through the house, it made a right-hand turn being my living room.
Really?
All right.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor.
And lastly, we have Greg Russell.
Greg Russell, Washington County, unincorporated. One, I realize there is a struggle between Washington County, LUT, and King City regarding the improvements of 137th and Beef Bend Road. In the Washington County letter dated May 21st, 2025 by Stephen Roberts, who's the director of LUT, he says there are existing safety concerns at the intersection of Southwest Beef Bend Road and Southwest 137th Avenue related to limited sight distance and the substandard spacing and offset nature of this intersection relative to the nearby intersections of Southwest Beef Bend Road, Collier, and Peachtree. These concerns may limit the amount of development that can occur that uses 137th Avenue for access to Beef Bend Road. I think that the city should lobby the county to propose a three-way stop sign solution at this intersection until a more comprehensive plan can be adopted. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our open forum.
Oh, I have a hand online.
Sorry.
Sorry, it just popped up. For Mark Pinellas.
Okay. Mark, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay. Try to speak loudly if you can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mark Pinellas. I live in King City. First, just my condolences to the Watts family. He'll be truly missed. And I have several items. Urge the council to not appoint Mike Meyer to the Planning Commission. As you may or may not know, Mr. Meyer was previously on the King City Planning Commission. However, he was removed because he wouldn't recuse himself from voting on items where he has a direct financial interest. Mr. Meyer has also sued the city multiple times and lost. Now he just filed another lawsuit last week. So do you really want this type of behavior on your planning commission? And then also, there seems to be some items on the agenda, especially about the special council services for DEH. This to me seems like a power grab by the mayor and some of the current councilors. Again, this could be a direct conflict of interest because there might be some that sit on council that could have some direct financial benefit from getting things that they want done in the personnel department. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online?
No.
Okay. Okay, that concludes our open forum session. Moving on to number 9, we're going to go to unfinished business. Item A, continuation of public hearing. Land use annexation. My information up here. I call to order the City of King City City Council at 7:03 p.m. on June 18, 2025. Mr. Weston, will you roll call, please?
This is for the public hearing, right?
For the annexation.
Annexation.
So I'm actually gonna hand it over to Maxwell.
All right.
It's his baby, and he's working on it from the start, so.
Counselor Arditi.
Sorry, hold on.
He's muted.
One more time.
Yes.
You're here. Just here.
Counselor Hardman. Absent. Counselor Gelfand.
Here.
Counselor Tyso.
Here.
Counselor Braverman.
Here.
Counselor Gerhardt.
Here.
Mayor Kazmierski.
Here.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the matters before the City Council today will be dealt with as a public hearing. Scheduled public hearings are itemized on the agenda. This hearing for LU number 2024-03. The applicant, Ken Randall Homes LLC, is requesting approval of an annexation of a
Okay, go ahead.
7.13 acres of land on behalf of 100% of property owners. This hearing was originally granted continuation on May 21st, 2025. At the original portion of the hearing, the public gave testimony for the record. The applicant provided a statement for the application and rebutted public testimony. The portions of the hearing at that time that allow for testimony closed on that date. Public hearing. Number 1, I call to order the public hearing regarding case number LU number 2024-03 at 7:05 p.m. Do any members of the council wish to abstain? Hearing none. Do any members of the council wish to declare a conflict of interest? Hearing none. Do any members of the City Council wish to report a significant ex parte contact?
I would just like to remind that Counselor Tyso, I believe you did declare an ex parte contact at the previous, you had visited the site.
I did visit the
Yes.
site, yes. I forgot about that. I was just trying to educate
Yeah,
myself
yeah,
as to what the situation was.
Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the jurisdiction of the City Council to hear this matter? Hearing none. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge any individual member of the City Council? Hearing none. At this time, I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Ask for a motion to close public hearing.
So move.
Second.
Okay, and we will do this roll call. Mr. Weston, would you like to perform group for us?
I'll start with Counselor Arditi since he's online. Can you unmute him?
Yes.
All right. Counselor Arditi?
You want me to stay here or yeah?
We motion and seconded a motion to close public hearing.
Counselor Gelfand?
Yes.
Counselor Tyso?
Yes.
Counselor Braverman?
Yes.
Counselor Gerhardt?
Yes.
Mayor Kazmierski?
Yes.
Public hearing is closed.
Okay, I declare this public hearing closed on June 18th at 7:07 p.m. All right, second reading.
Actually, Mayor, if we could.
Yeah.
I mean, I just kind of messed up your system there. I think we'll save the second reading until we actually have a motion and a vote on the matter, and then we'll read the second reading at the very end if it passes.
Okay. So does that mean you want me to move on to number 10?
Yes, please.
What is the pleasure of the city council? Do you wish to approve with conditions, or deny the application? So should I read this part that you have listed here?
So the staff is recommending a conditional approval, that the applicant will have to adhere to certain conditions to meet our criteria and guidelines for the annexation of this property. Maxwell's been working on this. We also have, Mr. Hammer here from Jordan Ramus, who has also been working on this project and can inform the council of any questions or fulfill any, requirements or requests that you might have.
I have a question. Am I allowed to ask a question? Okay, is this the parcel of land that Greg, Russell just spoke about as far as 137th and Beach Bend Road, or is that a different parcel?
It's adjacent, but the issue here, Counselor, is that the area of land that would impact the corner of 137th and Beach Bend is not technically part of this project. And so we can't
I understand.
draw the nexus
Yeah,
with
but
this project.
I read all the papers here, but here's my question. I understand that it's not really within our bailiwick, but I want to know why we can't force the developer as part of our agreeing to this, that I know it's not their property, but I want to find out, why can't we put the onus on the developer who has a lot more money than we do to fix that problem before we approve it?
So there's a couple of things, and there's some actual legal reasons why we can't, but I'll start the conversation.
Because I'm just really baffled
Sure.
by the.
Sure, it's a fair question.
Because in other situations that I've been involved in my life, the developer has been asked or tasked with dealing with the county and the legalities of these kind of things to fix this. Because I'm hesitant to approve it when we already know. I've almost gotten killed trying to cross Beach Bend Road before they put that walkway through at Peachtree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bad intersection.
So we'll start with a couple small details. One is the area is actually outside of city limits and therefore outside of our jurisdiction. That's one piece. The other piece is when we require a extraction from a developer or something like that, there has to be a nexus to the impact that the development's actually creating, right? And so there's a number of cases. There's the Dolan v. Tiger, and then the latest one, Mr. Chunky and Jordan Rance actually did a huge thing on, and it's the Nolan case.
It's actually Sheets.
Okay.
There's Nolan, Dolan, and Sheets.
Okay.
And
I
no-
got two out of three. Yeah.
It's been around for a long time, but there's new ones, okay.
Yeah, and so with these, you have to be able to draw a financial and impact nexus between the improvements and what's being done. And so in this situation,
There's no exceptions, because I thought there were exceptions.
So I think great question, Counselor. So the way that the Supreme Court has established the test is, as Mr. Weston said, there's a requirement for both a nexus and a rough proportionality test. Anytime a jurisdiction wishes to obtain something as part of the development process, no matter if you're going in for a building permit or you want to get a license for your dog and daycare. With regards to the nexus, we need to be able to demonstrate that the interest of the jurisdiction here at the city is connected to what it is they are seeking. To determine what sort of traffic improvements, and that's kind of how we understand how the roadway should be improved, are required as part of a project. The city and here the county, because again, it is their road, review and analyze a transportation study, which is prepared as part of the project. As part of that, the jurisdictions are responsible for identifying any sort of errors or situations where offsite improvements are warranted. They do this by analyzing traffic counts, traffic patterns, etc. Here, after reviewing the traffic analysis presented with the project, neither the county nor the city engineer identified any issue associated with this intersection beyond obviously the anecdotal experiences of individual community members. But there's a requirement to kind of go beyond that mere anecdotal experience and really identify from a transportation planning standpoint individualized issues that can then be addressed.
But isn't there nexus? It's pretty clear that we have a development that's gonna be bringing more cars and more traffic. So the nexus from a legal eye seems pretty substantiated from where I sit. Help me understand how that nexus of more traffic and more opportunities for there to be accidents and people getting hit. Why can't we make that? I mean, we have a whole panel of legal experts sitting here. Why can't we come up with something that we can put forward instead of just saying, no, we can't?
Yeah, great question. So again, here the analysis again goes beyond the mere existence of additional trips coming in. So as part of a project of any substance, a detailed traffic analysis has to be prepared. This analysis is conducted by trained professionals who are licensed and experts in their field. And then that analysis is run through the rigorous kind of peer review at the jurisdictional level. So here you have your city engineer review the documents to determine whether or not there was any justification based on the traffic count that was expected to require off-site traffic improvements. The same for the county, because again, this is a county road. So here you had two jurisdictions reviewing it, and neither one of them could identify the level of impact that would justify this. So again, it goes beyond just a mere.
Right, and you've explained that superbly, thank you. But that just sounds like red tape and people just pointing the finger at the other and nobody really solving the problem. What solutions could we come up with creatively to address the concerns? Because I've heard these concerns from a lot of people, and no offense, but I don't have a lot of confidence in whatever these studies are, because we have people coming here to tell us this is a dangerous situation. And how many lives have to actually be lost before we say, gosh, really wish we had addressed that ahead of time and prevented those losses?
Yeah, great question. I think the crux of what you're asking here, Counselor, is what can we do to make improvements at this intersection in the future? And again, the we here is a little bit amorphous, right? The we here is really the county. So we start by looking at who has jurisdiction over this part of the roadway. And here it is entirely within the county's purview. The county has said, as part of improvements that they anticipate incurring in King City and north of King City in the future, that they will retain control over Deep Bend Road. The county does not wish to give up that control. So the county is responsible for making those improvements. The county participated in the development of your comprehensive plan and specifically the transportation system.
Right, I read it.
Right. And so the county, as part of that process, with the city, identified this intersection and noted that improvements were necessary.
Right.
Interestingly enough, at the county's direction in the transportation plan, when this intersection was identified, it also identified where improvements should take place.
Mm-hmm.
It was identified those improvements should take place north of King City within the county's jurisdiction. And that was done at the county's request. So now we have the county maintaining jurisdiction over the right-of-way
Mhm.
and indicating that it wishes the improvements to that intersection to be made within the county's control. So we have the county kind of leading the conversation here. The King City and your staff recognize that this intersection is obviously of importance to the community. And so the city initiated conversations with the county seeking to get clarity from the county when they plan to make the potential improvements to the intersection. As part of that, the county requested that the city and the county enter into what's called a memorandum of understanding between the two jurisdictions so that they can then craft a proposal for an interim solution, a final programmatic approach, and the funding mechanism to take us from point A to point B. That MOU has currently been redlined back and forth between the parties. Most recently, the county, based on internal considerations, held on to the city's red lines for about 6 weeks and recently returned their draft to the city, indicating their desire to pick up the conversation again and reach a conclusion to the MOU. And your staff has been working with the county to reach a conclusion so that the two parties can craft a interim solution, a long-term programmatic approach, and importantly, identify funding sources.
So can the city council hold up voting on this until we have that MOU finalized. No, this is really important because this intersection, for those who don't know, the Deer Hill School is right there on the corner of 131st and Beef Bend Road. And I have personally seen a lot of children crossing Beef Bend at both Peachtree and Collier, almost getting run off the road with their parents. Because nobody drives the 40 miles an hour on Beef Bend Road. They all drive like 70 and 80 miles an hour. Okay, I've witnessed it many times because I walk up Peachtree and walk down and I see what's going on over there. I don't want to see a child get run over and killed because we're in a big hurry to approve this. I would urge my fellow council members to insist that this issue be resolved before we approve it. Now, I know there's timelines and there's deadlines, and I understand that, but I don't have faith that this will, if we don't keep their feet to the fire, I don't see how the county or the developers or anybody's gonna do this properly unless we wait until it's completely solved before we move forward. Is that something that we can do?
Well, the short answer here again, Counselor, is no, and it's as I explained, to determine what sort of off-site improvements could be required of any development, we need to look and identify the impacts associated with that. Here, to determine those impacts, again, the project was responsible for conducting 2 rounds of traffic analysis, which were then peer reviewed again by the city and the county. And based on that analysis by experts, and I hear you questioning that, but that is the process that we have here in Oregon. There was no identification of a impact to justify that improvement. So with regards to who's responsible, here again, it is the county. The county is wishing to enter into conversation with the city, which the city is again engaged
I
in.
understand, and I don't want you to repeat yourself. I got it. I understand it. And you've explained it superbly. But it's not satisfactory to me as I'm sitting here. But I want to know, can we wait until this MOU is redlined and resolved? Or Mr. Trumpy, do you often have some really good ideas?
I'm gonna let Mr. Hammer continue.
Okay.
He's gonna follow up with a number 5.
Sure. So here, Counselor, the city, with regards to the annexation, the kind of city is obligated to follow the rules that it has in place. And those rules are kind of put in place under a state framework, right? So that's kind of your obligation here, is to follow that regulatory framework. Here, there is no legal justification to kind of do this 1-2 step that you are proposing. And so kind of a failure to comply with that could open the city up to a challenge. And importantly, it's my obligation to share this as counsel on this matter. There is state legislation that does kind of shift costs in those situations where a jurisdiction decides not to proceed with the framework that it has in place. And the city could open itself up to a challenge, and there are the potential to have to pay for attorney's fees in those situations. So we just.
So if we just go ahead and move forward and somebody's killed after this implementation because of this problem that's been noted in the MOU that hasn't been finalized and nobody's taking responsibility for, is that a liability to the county or to the city of King City or to both of us?
Yeah.
It's the moral obligation that we have.
There are
for that
moral
family that's
obligations.
killed, and I don't think we should go forward. I think we should stop right now.
Okay, there are moral obligations and there are legal obligations. Anyone whose child, as you said, was killed in an intersection like that, could sue the city and the county and the state, because what you are doing here, what you're really required to do is to obey the state law, which has timelines and requirements that you follow. And the state law puts you in a very uncomfortable position. And I don't envy that, which is to say, you have to allow development to occur where the government that's responsible to take care of that intersection is saying, well, it's not quite on the top of our list, but it is your obligation as elected officials to go to the elected officials of the county and say, get off your duffs and take care of this problem. It's a big problem. It's a safety problem. That is your duty. And ultimately, if a lawsuit were to be brought in this because some child were injured, the fair result is that the county, which isn't doing what it's required to do by state law, should be responsible. I can't tell you that every jury in the world is rational and is going to follow that, but that's what ought to happen in the long run.
But we have a duty as city council members to first ask our city of King City, because you guys have more power. We're unpaid volunteers up here, okay? We're not getting paid and we're not expertise in this area, as you can tell by my question. We need you, guys, and you who have the expertise in this area to lobby the county and to assure us city council members that this has been properly taken care of. I'm sorry that we're at a deadline. This is the first I've heard of this, okay? This is the problem that I've been trying to point out, is that we as city council members aren't really given enough lead time to get into the trenches here, because we're not expertise in this area. We don't want to interfere with the experts, okay? But we need to make sure our citizenship is taken care of. And that's all I care about, our 5,000 plus residents and their children. And that's who I'm speaking for right now, okay? I'm a big girl. I know how to cross the street, and I know, I'm a big girl, but we have children that aren't big girls that are gonna get hurt if this isn't fixed. And I guess what I'm saying is, I think we should postpone, if I know we're not really allowed to, but I think we have a moral duty to wait until this is resolved before we vote on it.
Being asked to do right now, tonight.
What do we have? Yeah,
We are being asked to approve with conditions, or deny the application.
I say deny the application until we get this resolved. I make a motion that we deny this application until this matter is resolved to our satisfaction. I think we have a duty. Steve has seconded my motion. I don't want it on my conscience. I just don't.
Let's further discuss.
Okay.
There's been a motion and a second. Now let's further discuss. Do you have thoughts? Councilor Tyson?
Yes, I think it should be approved with conditions, and the condition is that the city of King City and we as the councilors make ourselves pests with Washington County to get the interim traffic, the MOU, resolved as quickly as possible before.
How could that actually be worded as a?
I'm not sure how to word that.
If I may, Mayor, there's conditions in the approval document that talk about the site distance, that talk about our engineer's recommendations and how the applicant would have to comply with those engineer recommendations to ensure that there's adequate site distance to meet the requirements and the traffic impact analysis that was provided by the applicant and vetted by Washington County and the city engineer. So those conditions are in the application. And so I struggle with, going down a path of like a denial that's going to put the city in legal jeopardy, when in truth, what we should really be considering is how we can mitigate this and improve it and let the developer go about their business, not necessarily stopping the development, but ensuring that that development addresses the safety concerns that we're talking about. We can't revamp the whole intersection because it's not in our jurisdiction.
Yeah, no, but I think in our discussion, and I really want to hear from our city council members and how they're feeling about this, because I feel that I understand what you're saying and I respect what you're saying, but I know how these things work, and unless you hold up the train and get this done, it's just not going to get done. And we don't have the time. We're here only once a month.
Can I pass it on to this president? Do you have any thoughts?
What Janet said.
That I feel like we have a duty to make sure that, and the developer and us as counselors and our staff need to put the pressure of urgency on the MOU. And I know that there is the preferred, my understanding is that the preferred temporary solution, or interim solution, I guess is what it's called, is a three-way stop there, so that everybody has to slow down and stop so that it allows people to cross the street safely.
There should be a temporary, but that's just temporary, but like I said.
Well, the
Yeah.
point is, if I can interrupt you from interrupting me.
Oh, I thought you were done.
No, I was not. It is that the interim solution is until they can re-engineer the roadway for the safest solution. And so temporary, interim, whatever you want to call it, it would be a three-way stop. So it stops traffic. What it'll do, it'll make people probably try to find a route other than Beef Bend, because when you have stop signs like that, then you end up with traffic backup. And so they'll probably go over to 99 instead.
That's okay.
Can you suggest a condition that would go along with this to alleviate any?
So the trick with the conditions are, one, they need to be legally justifiable.
Sure.
Right? And so with that, there needs to be a nexus, and that's what our engineer has put forward. So if you look at the engineer's recommendations, those are the ones that are conditions that have been vetted and are considered justifiable at this point in time. What we work with Washington County on doing is securing funds to apply to that intersection and get a long-term solution for that site. But that's going to take interagency cooperation and this intersection actually raising in their priority list. And so that's where it takes you guys and me and the rest of the staff to work with Washington County to raise this as a priority to Washington County. And like, Mayor, you're going to see this when you go to the WCCC meetings and we start talking about transportation projects and things of that nature. And these are the things that we need to highlight. And you'll constantly hear me saying stuff about 99W and highlighting concerns about 99W, concerns about Beef Bend and, you know, Roy Rogers and other things around our area. These are like issues that affect our region as a whole. And so it's kind of our job to advocate for those funding mechanisms.
Has there been a timeline discussion around this intermediate fix of 3 stop signs?
So
Three-way stop.
Right.
Just came in yesterday, or yeah, I think it was like yesterday is when we just re-upped our conversation with Washington County on this exact thing. And they're indicating that there is movement on their end. So, and I just caution that government timelines are never as quick as we want them to be, but they do eventually get resolved. And what may also happen is there might be movement from the development side as well. If other areas develop, then there's additional STC funds or TDT funds to apply to that intersection and improve it. But it's cart and the horse scenario, or chicken and egg, where trying to get something fixed, but it's not necessarily within our purview of review and within our legal purview. And so it creates a bit of an issue.
I'm sorry, but I find that still problematic, and my motion is that we do not approve this until we get a remedy. I think that will take too long. I'm concerned that a conditional approval will get overlooked. I'm afraid somebody could get hurt or killed, especially a child. This is so close to Deer Hill School.
I want to just bring it back to, like, we are talking about right now just the annexation, not the actual development agreement.
Right, the annexation, right, but I'm just saying, to give an incentive to get this resolved, I think we need to postpone it and deny it. I think that will give enough pressure for everyone to get this forward if that's what they want to do.
So you've made a motion in a second.
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
No,
Any more discussion?
Okay, let's go ahead and roll call vote.
Does Vince have any input?
Vince, can you hear us? Did you have any input?
No.
Okay.
All right, so the motion and second on the table is to deny the annexation request. Councilor Gearhart. Oh, wait, can I just first off start with, that motion was made by Councilor Braverman and then seconded by Councilor Gearhart.
Yeah.
This is to deny annexation.
Until this matter's resolved. We're denying it until the matter's resolved to the council's satisfaction.
That's,
On a legal, from a legal basis, a denial is a denial and it's dead. Right, that's all there is. There's either an approval or a denial, or an approval with condition. It's dead.
So if we vote yes, we would be denying.
so the motion is to deny.
Yeah.
So if you vote yes, you're voting to deny this subdivision. So in essence, if
No, you're,
for you, you want to say, based on your, what you said there about wanting to do conditional approval, you would say no. If that's your choice, right? So if you want to do conditional approval on this motion.
Okay, hold on one sec, we have a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification, I appreciate your clarification, Mayor. You are talking about the annexation agreement, not a proposed project. To make a determination about annexation, in the staff report, you'll see that a series of findings have been made. You need to make findings that there is some deficiency based on one of the criteria identified herein, not about a criteria which is not delineated here. The framework of your approval, condition, or denial of the annexation lives within the four walls of what Max has provided you. So if, in fact, you wish to revise the staff recommendation in order to minimize the litigation risk and cost associated with that action, we strongly recommend that you review the draft findings, identify the deficiency in those findings, articulate them to the staff so that they can properly modify those findings. A failure to do so puts the city in a precarious situation.
Well, given the feedback that we're giving you, council, this is not our area of expertise.
I believe the feedback that you're giving probably relates more to the development and subdivision than the annexation itself. So the parameters around the annexation, as he said, are very clear. We would have to find a reason within that to deny it. So I think your concern is more on the development piece versus the annexation piece.
Okay. But isn't there, when I read the findings, isn't there something in there that we could raise that brings up the point that I'm bringing out in my motion? That's what I'm asking you guys as the experts to help me clarify, because that's not something I have expertise in. That's what I'm saying.
It's going to be on the subdivision side. Like what you're talking about is the transportation aspect on the subdivision
Right,
side.
exactly.
So that, like Mayor Kazimierski was pointing out to you, and what legal counsel is pointing out to you, is that with annexations, the state has
I understand.
they've
You
really
want-
come
you
down
want-
and said,
I can go through this thing and find a place in here if you want me to, but you guys know it better than I do.
Let me put it very, very succinctly. Mere annexation has no impact on the traffic, is what your engineers have said. You are telling the staff to write findings that say that mere annexation does have an impact. And that will take some effort to say that, because that means that just bringing it in the city limits without constructing anything affects the traffic. Everybody is saying the traffic is bad there now. We'll have to write some findings that say that it's somehow worse merely because the city boundary got expanded. That is difficult, but staff could take a shot at that.
But
So-
you have existing conditions, you said, already in here. I'm looking at them right now. Can't we add one?
So would we have a chance to vote on the development then?
Yes.
So we
Yes,
can make
they're
this-
two separate things.
We can make this motion apply to the development, not.
I'm looking at,
Correct.
I'm looking at all the
I think this motion.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm not an expert in this. If you're gonna ask me to do this, you're gonna have to give me time to find it. It may take me a while.
You didn't ask it,
Well, they did. So I'm looking.
but I think we want to start with the development and not.
I'm looking at the staff report. Where would be the best place for me to look into where I want to fix it?
So,
I'm looking at the table of contents right now.
so Counselor,
Mhm.
the conditions of approval begin on page 5 of the annexation report.
The application?
And
Okay.
continue through 20.
Okay.
So you have 15 pages of staff findings here. Many of these criteria, well, these are the criteria that you can consider when thinking about annexation. There are no other criteria that you can consider. And so the answer to your question would lie in one of these criteria. I think what we are attempting to articulate is that the criteria related to increased traffic is not one that we would expect to find as part of an annexation, simply because we're not talking about development, we're talking about moving the city boundaries.
I'm with you, and we do have 100% landowner
You do approve.
approval
That is right.
for annexation.
Okay, so everything that you were telling me about the MOU and your entire excellent, superb explanation had nothing to do with the annexation?
The question was raised as to how the intersection could be approved in the future. What we wanted to do was share with you the steps your staff has taken to
Okay.
work with the county who controls the intersection to resolve those issues. The county has heard similar issues to those raised here tonight and similar to those issues which you've heard. As my partner mentioned, those relate to the existing conditions. And so the city is trying to work on multiple fronts here to encourage the county to take the steps necessary to address
Okay,
existing
because I'm looking at the preliminary existing conditions, which is, looks like what, 9 pages here? And there's a lot of stuff put on here having to do with the traffic, so, and the site. So help me if I'm misunderstanding, is there anything we can put on here?
So Councilor Bergman, what we're trying to establish is a baseline, right? So
But
through the approval.
my question is very narrow. Sorry to interrupt you, but you asked me to find on this annexation an area where we could possibly, I'm on pages 7 through 9 on the conditions. This is called existing conditions plans.
I'm sorry, Counselor, you may be looking at a different document. Can you please show us what you're looking at?
Are you in the annexation?
I'm in the annexation narrative draft, Beef Bend Road, Microsoft Word,
It
9
looks like
pages.
the preliminary plans starting on page 6.
Existing conditions plans,
Like the plans.
existing conditions. That's what it's called. That's what's in this
So
packet.
an existing conditions report, isn't an existing conditions report, like inside the, okay, so
It's your exhibit 3.
that's a baseline report that kind of tells you, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Well, that's what it looks like to me. I see all kinds of
Does that work?
designs here.
Here it is, that's what she's looking at. Existing condition plans.
Oh, it's.
So that's an exhibit of the applicant's materials, that has nothing to do with the conditions that we're applying to the development.
Sorry, is it titled Exhibit 3, Counselor?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay, so I would ask you to not look at the exhibits, but to instead look at the findings, which you'll find if you look at here in the table of contents, you'll see they begin on page 5.
We just have on our agenda, we just have a bunch of things linked. Is it the recommendation? Is it the staff report? Is it?
I don't see what you're looking at.
Okay, so
I'm only going on what you attached in the continuation of public hearing.
What you wanna look at
annexation.
is the,
There's a final report,
The-
final city council. Is that what you want me to look at? There's a signed annexation. There's Kensington Square, there's annexation forms, property deeds, existing conditions. So you have to be more specific. That's why I said, you're the experts, not me.
So
But
you're-
you asked me to look, so I'm
okay,
looking.
so there's 3 documents that you should be looking at. One is the land use 2024-03 annexation staff report, final city council. That is your findings.
Where is that?
The
Top
top link.
Top link.
LU 2024-03 annexation staff report, final city council. Is that what I'm looking
That's
at?
correct.
Okay, and what page?
Beginning on page 5 of that document.
Okay,
Counselor.
page 5.
That's your findings document. That's your basis in law. That's what we use to determine whether something adequately complies with state and federal and regional laws.
Is this Summit Land Surveyors? My page 5 says legal description and map for annexation
There's a
territory.
legal description as part of that. That basically says the area that's required, that is a requirement in the annexation findings to provide those boundaries. And then also you'll find a link that says the planning
But
PC
here-
recommendation and signed annexation. That is the planning commission's evaluation and recommendation to you, the city council. And then the final document that is of importance is 2025-01, the Kensington Square Properties Annexation. So those are 3 documents
Okay,
of legal
But
standing.
let's stay with the first one, so we don't get confused and I don't get railroaded off what I'm trying to express here. You asked me to look on here, and now I'm on page 6 of the first document you told me to look at.
It's on page 8 of the actual Word doc itself.
Well, I'm looking at page 6 and 7 and 8, and there's diagrams here of Beef Bend Road, and it
The one
has,
that says findings at the top.
it has point of
Yes.
beginning northwest corner. And I think what we're talking about here is trying to make this Beef Bend Road safer at these points of contact. And so I'll look down on page 8. This doesn't show, here is where they have the pictures of the, why don't we? Okay, findings. This is the plan, statutes, okay? But again, this is the acre site that consists of 4 parcels located near the intersection of Southwest Beef Bend Road and 137th Avenue. So why can't we put conditions on here?
So, Counselor, may I show you where the findings begin, Counselor? They start on the page. It is number 5 at the bottom. It
I can't
says-
see that part.
It's on page 8 and it says findings at the top.
Isn't that what I'm just reading from? Page 8?
Okay, yeah.
So, beginning there, Counselor, running through.
On
Any-
page 8, it says this criterion is satisfied. That's my page 8 at the top.
Very good, Counselor. So running through page 20 of that document, you will see a number of criteria bolded and flat. Those are the criteria that the city is obligated to adhere to when determining whether or not to allow for the annexation. The unbolded sections are the staff responses, and you'll note that they begin by saying the word findings.
Gotcha.
You would need to modify the findings in the appropriate place in order to provide the direction to staff such that they could modify these.
Okay, well, if I have time, I probably can find it on these pages. Is that what you want me to spend our time doing right now?
Counselor, this time is yours. I'm here
Okay.
just to provide you with
All
as
right,
much legal
well,
advice as possible.
I would think that you guys would want to put that in here in the place where it's appropriate. I'm not an expert in this, as you can see. I've been floundering around asking you, where do I find this information? After some time now, you've shown me, thank you. Where would you recommend that we put this in here?
So, Counselor, again, this report was put together with your engineers and with your consultants and your staff making findings. We are not qualified to revise those findings. If the council duly sitting makes other findings,
Okay.
council can do so, tell their staff that, but your attorneys would not be ones to provide you that direction.
I wonder if in the interest of moving on, we can table that motion and move on to the next one and decide whether or not we want to stop that.
Okay, we can table it. You don't need it in the motion.
I believe it would be
Can we-
together.
those
They're separate issues. I think
annexation?
that your concern is more with the development than the annexation.
And just for
Okay.
just trying to move us along here. I
Understand.
mean, we have a motion to deny this application, which will lead to a rather, just because the language of it will lead to a rather confusing vote. And we had a second on that, but if the council as a whole decides to deny this application and direct the staff to go try to find some sort of finding issue with this, which, as we've mentioned, is never been done before. It will be difficult. Yeah, it will be difficult to draw a nexus between transportation and moving a boundary line, so.
Is it possible to, as you've intimated, that we withdraw that motion and vote on whether we approve or we don't approve?
Yes,
annexation.
yeah, but Councilor Braverman would need to withdraw the motion.
I have to withdraw the motion.
Okay, well,
Good.
Okay, well, I'm
I
not,
would encourage you.
I understand, but yes, but now you're interrupting me, interrupting you. If you give me a chance to talk, I'm still not comfortable about this, so I just want to put that for the record. But I will withdraw my motion and amend it, to see if we're ready to vote to approve this annexation. How's that?
Yeah, so do I have a motion to approve the annexation?
So moved.
I'll second.
Any further discussion or shall we go to a roll call?
Could I just get one point of clarity?
Sure.
There is conditions here, so I would recommend that you modify your motion to approve with the conditions in the staff report.
And I would recommend striking condition 1 from the annexation. Condition 1 says that future development of the site is contingent upon approval of the packaged development application. And if there is a possibility that the council denies that approval, I would say that that's not appropriate to be in this annexation.
Thank you. That is what I was looking for, but nobody was giving me that information. Thank you so much.
But that doesn't mean that this is a decision at all to do with the development proposal. because that's-
Essentially just decoupling them, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I would make a motion to approve this with.
Hold on, we already have a motion and a second, so let's, can we amend?
Do we have to say this with conditions?
Yes.
Yeah, so it would be a
Council
motion
President, can you
to
amend your motion?
It's made with
approval with condition, with modified conditions.
approval with modified conditions.
Removing condition number 1.
Correct.
Removing condition number 1.
Okay, do we have a second to the amended motion? Now let's go to a roll call vote. Vince, you got all that?
All right, Counselor Gelfand,
Approved.
is that a yes?
Yes.
Counselor Tyso,
Yes.
Counselor Frazier,
Yes, just want to make sure that the condition is well, that we don't make a mistake in this wording.
Counselor Gearhart,
Yes.
I'll go with Mr. Counselor Arditi
Yes.
and Mayor Kazmierski.
Yes.
Motion passes.
I declare this case LU number 2024-0.
We'll have to do the second reading of the ordinance.
Oh, sorry, that's great.
You want to do it?
Yeah. So ordinance number 2025-01, an ordinance annexing a certain tract of land approximately 7.13 acres in size with 100% property owner consent. Been approved. That's passed.
Okay, I declare this case LU number 2024-01 approved with modified conditions to remove condition number 1 on June 18th, 2025 at 7:51 p.m. When the decision notice has been mailed out, you have 14 days to appeal the decision to the Land Use Board of Appeals. The grounds for an appeal of a legislative decision are contained in ORS Chapter 197, specifically ORS 197.620. The decision notice is normally mailed within 1 week following the decision.
It's 21 days to lose that.
21 days. Thank you. You have 21 days to appeal, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, that concludes the annexation hearing. Next on our agenda. I call to order the City of King City Council at 7:52 p.m. on June 18th, 2025. Mr. Weston, roll call, please.
Counselor Gearhart,
Here.
Counselor Braverman,
Here.
Counselor Tyso,
Here.
Counselor Gelfand,
Here.
Counselor Arditi. Here. Mayor Kazmierski.
Here.
And Counselor Hartman is that.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the matters before the City Council today will be dealt with as a public hearing. scheduled public hearings are itemized on the agenda. This hearing for LU number 2024-07. The applicant, Ken Randall Homes, requests approval of an 87-unit subdivision, which contains the following 3 applications: development plan review, subdivision, and tree removal. This is a continuation of a hearing originally granted continuation on May 21st, 2025. At the original portion of the hearing, the public gave testimony for the record. The applicant provided a statement for the application and rebutted public testimony. The portions of the hearing at the time that allow for testimony closed on that date. Public hearing. I call to order the public hearing regarding case LU 2024-07 at 7:53 p.m. Did I just say that it was closed? This one does need a public hearing?
So they're both public hearings. If you'll recall, Mayor, what we did at the last one is we closed public testimony and then we continued the public
Okay,
hearing
yeah, okay.
in case
Got
there's any sort of,
I was reading hearing as testimony in my mind, and I'm like, I think it was closed and then opened it. Okay. Okay, I call to order the public hearing regarding case number LU 2024-07 at 7:54 p.m. All right. Do any members of the city council wish to abstain? Hearing none. Do any members of the council wish to declare a conflict of interest? Hearing none. Do any members of the council wish to report a significant ex parte contact?
I guess I do from going and looking at the intersection.
Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the jurisdiction of the city council to hear this matter? Hearing none. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge any individual member of the city council? Hearing none. At this time, I would ask for a motion to close public hearing. Anybody? Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure where
We're just closing the hearing. Okay. Roll call? No, roll call.
Counselor Gerhart.
I'm gonna go last, please. I just. Sorry, Bill.
Try to accommodate. Counselor Bravers.
Oh, last.
Oh my gosh. Come on, get on with it.
Yes, I have the United Schools, yeah.
Counselor Tyso.
Yes.
Counselor Arditi. Counselor Galvin.
Yes.
Mayor Kazmierski.
Yes.
All right, so the motion to close the public hearing has been.
I declare this public hearing closed on June 18th at 7:55 p.m. Okay. What's the pleasure of the council? Do we wish to approve with conditions, or deny the application? I have a note here, staff has amended conditions of approval. Let's talk.
I have amended conditions of approval. So throughout the hearing process, and especially at our last, when the hearing with the public testimony was open, we heard feedback from the public about identifying a safety concern on 137th relating to site clearance. And so I added a condition that would require the applicant to mitigate that site clearance condition. And they've already reached out to BPA in doing so. And they'll have to work with the county on clearing the shrubs in the right of way when they get their permits for facilities and right of way permits.
That has nothing to do with putting up stop signs or anything, does it?
No, because it's not within the power of the city to require.
Yeah.
But
Here's where I have my objection.
if I could direct us to our legal counsel really quick.
So here, the findings are a little bit different. So I'm just gonna point you to the document titled.
Just you have it on your desk.
Is it staff reports?
Just you have it on your desk.
Okay,
Yeah.
it should be titled in your packet in final order, and you'll notice that conditions of approval begin. The page is unnumbered, but the conditions of approval begin on
Page 3.
page three, and you'll notice there are certain sections, which are bolded. You may want to take a look at the bolded section entitled Street Improvements. You might also want to take a look at the bolded section entitled Transportation System Design and Landscaping. Those seem to be the two areas which the council has focused its previous comments on. We also want to, responding to the previous request, provide some potential recommended language as a condition of approval that the council could choose to proceed with. I want to caution here, again, your transportation engineers have reviewed the traffic study, have determined that offsite improvements are not warranted. That being said, we do want to propose a potential condition that the council may wish to consider. Mayor, is that something we could present?
Yeah.
Okay. So potentially, if the council decided based on the public testimony that it heard and its understanding of the intersection and its understanding of the increased traffic, which will result based on the approval of the development, the council could decide to require the applicant to install stop signs, 5-way stop signs at that intersection, if Washington County allowed them to do so. Again, this is not in your jurisdiction, so we can't require them to do stuff there because you're not the deciding authority. But if Washington County were to allow for those improvements to be added, you could, based on your understanding of the fact pattern, your analysis, make a determination that those stop signs would be warranted.
I think it's a good idea to incorporate that very good suggestion, but here's the rub. We're now making a recommendation for these stop signs. I don't know if, I am not an engineer, I don't know if that is the right temporary remedy. And that is why I try to understand what my counselor to my right, Councilor Tyso, was saying.
I would think, if I can interrupt, I would think if we said, we would like the 5-way stop if county approved it, I think that would be where there would be engineers and people looking at it to see if that was the appropriate.
Right, but what I'm saying is, can we add to that saying we would make a recommendation or a condition of the stop signs and or any other remedy that the county felt was appropriate to address our concerns? Because maybe they think a traffic light needs to go in there, or a speed bump needs to go in there, or I don't know, Houdini needs to stand
Is that
there.
an appropriate condition we could add in?
I guess as we talked about before, there's really a two-part test to determine whether you can condition something. The first, as we talked about, is obviously nexus, whether there's a connective tissue between the thing that you wish for and the project itself. Here, again, we've highlighted the fact that while your traffic engineers do not believe there's a nexus, you could, based on the public testimony that you received, identify such nexus. The second part of the test is rough proportionality, whereby you are obligated to condition only so much as is reasonable based on the impacts. The challenge with the amended language that you've offered, council member, is that if an interim solution were, say, to be multiple traffic signals, the cost of those traffic signals could become so significant that the applicant or another party, most likely the applicant, could argue successfully that the improvements were not roughly proportional. And so we're kind of in a gray area. There's a sliding scale here, but you want to be careful of opening the door for improvements that are so significant that they would likely be struck down.
Well, we're not in a position, what I'm saying to you, council, I hear you, and that's a very good point, but maybe you're not hearing me. Let me be clear. I'm not saying that we're gonna ask them to put in traffic lights. What I'm saying to you is, let's say hypothetically, we put a condition that we want to put up the stop signs. Okay, we have that in there. And the county comes in and everybody looks at this and says, stop signs is not really the right temporary fix. Now what happens?
May I suggest a modification of that plan?
Well, that's what,
We've been
that's
talking
what
about
I'm
this
trying,
con-
that's
Yes,
what I'm
please.
saying, please.
Well, this is,
You're the experts, and I'm not.
we're not traffic experts, we're legal experts, but we could add language which says that the applicant would be required to put in stop signs or other improvements approved by the county,
What I just
so
said.
long as they are roughly proportional to the impact of the development.
Love it. Perfect.
Yeah.
Love
I
it.
hope
Thank
you
you.
wrote that.
And that
down.
could
Can you somebody write that down? Cause I can't repeat that and it's perfect.
All right, now you
Now,
that could easily just be stop
It might
signs,
be-
and that's it.
it could very easily. Now, that may end up causing a discussion later with Mr. Stamp or his client about whether or not it is in fact roughly proportional. And at that point, you're going to have to have some discussion.
I think being able to add it and then we take it from there, at least we've done our part to create a condition that addresses public safety, so.
And,
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it's,
And
the hearing is closed.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah.
in the past, in other hearings, sometimes council will ask for the applicant to consider that. Maybe they step out of the room and talk for a minute between themselves and come back and say whether or not they think that's off the wall, or if it might be appropriate, or if it is acceptable. They just to get a feel for the response you might get for that.
From a legal eye, if they do not meet the condition and they just go, oh, we're just not gonna pay any attention to that condition, we're gonna move forward, what's the legal consequence, if anything?
So
Is that a breach? Do they get fined or what
So-
happens?
the way your conditions of approval work, they need to be satisfied at various stages of the development.
Okay.
Generally with offsite improvements, those are conditioned upon what we refer to as certificate of occupancy, when a building may be legally occupied, right? So until that occurs, you can't legally occupy the building. And the impacts here, individuals driving to and from the homes, does not exist until the occupancy occurs. So these conditions and the conditions like them would be written such that certificate of occupancy will not be granted until such time.
Okay, I wanna make sure we have, but if it gets missed, is there another legal ramification or not?
No, they can't sell their house.
Okay.
That's a pretty serious sounding.
Okay, so you haven't had a
penalty.
situation where it's gotten messed up.
Yeah,
and-
because,
okay.
because nobody's gonna buy a house they can't live in, and you can't live there without a.
Well, of course not, but I also work in the legal world and I know a lot of defendants do not adhere to what they're supposed to, and we get it, that's how we get our money.
Okay, I feel as though we've satisfactorily gotten our answer. I would
Think
like to open this up now for a motion to, I believe we would approve with an additional condition.
Approve with modified condition.
Approve
With the condition that Mr. Turnkey.
Max wrote it down.
Do
Do you want to reread it for us?
Madam Mayor, counsel for the applicant has indicated to me that he would like an opportunity to speak to you for a moment about it. And again, it's not required, it's.
No, we would, yeah, we welcome that.
We just take a break for like,
I asked the mayor, not me.
Like a 5-minute recess?
yeah, that would be great.
Fine. Let's do a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Stretch your legs. Everybody settled?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and call our meeting back to order at 8:12 p.m. And we would welcome any comments that you guys have.
For the record, Andrew Stamp, attorney for the applicant. Appreciate the discussion here tonight. You know, when we were up here the last time, we said that our engineer said even though the warrants had not been met for, signalized intersection or traffic, there were 2 out of the, I think, 6 warrants that were met. And it would be an option to put a 3-way stop signs on Beef Bend 137th, and that was a proposed solution that the county could implement. You know, we're willing to accept a condition of approval that requires us to do that to the extent that the county approves it, and to the extent that it's roughly proportional, which, you know, I think a 3-way stop sign is not a big expense. So, other than that, like something like a traffic study, a traffic signal would obviously be a $1 million plus project. The one thing I would like to say is that to remind the council that we are you know, even though that intersection improvement, the long-term solution is probably, I don't know if it's 4 million, 5 million, 6 million or whatever, we're contributing $2 million in traffic, system development charge and TIF, which is the county's version of system development charges to the kitty that could eventually result in that being fixed. And that's a big number. And so, that and a couple more developments, and you might have enough money to actually do it. I would finally like to say that I think stopping development until a fix happen, I think that's the exact backwards way of looking at it. I think if you sort of create a moratorium in King City and not propose more development, then Washington County will take the pressure off of them. They can spend their money in Hillsborough. I think by bringing development in, you force the county's hand to actually start bringing some of those improvements to King City, because so far they haven't really treated King City fairly when it comes to divvying up traffic improvements. They've prioritized other areas, and I think by approving development, you're forcing their hand to fix some of these bad intersections. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Appreciate the debate. I think it's important, but I don't think stopping development, I think that'd be completely counterproductive.
What I'm hearing is it sounds like we're good to move forward with our condition. Okay. Mr. Rustin, could you please restate that condition before we vote?
So the condition was to request that the applicant install you mentioned 5-way stop sign.
It's 3-way.
But I think Mr. Stamp just mentioned a 3-way stop sign, which seems to make a little more sense given the intersection. Or other traffic improvements that are intersection improvements that are roughly proportional to the impact
Of the development.
Wait a minute.
Mike, if I
No, wait, I'm
may,
sorry.
if the
We're
applicant would be,
Yeah, we're missing part of
applicant
it.
would be required to install 3-way stop signs or other improvements as approved by the county, so long as it's roughly proportional to the development.
That sounds
All
good.
right, perfect.
That sounds
You got that.
exactly accurate.
Yeah, that is done right.
Yeah, because it's
Now.
any alternative that the county may require, because I can't speak for
Councilor
the county.
Brickman, I think we are all on the same page. Let's go ahead and make.
Well, we don't have the wording correct
No,
yet.
it's-
It's still not fully correct.
What did you want changed?
Well, my understanding, what I wrote down from what Councilor Tracy said was that we would require the applicant to install a 3-way stop sign or any other
Max said
alternative.
that.
Or any other alternative that is approved by the county that has the proper nexus. You use the word nexus?
No, just the proportion.
Or that's roughly proportionate
Yeah, that's exactly what Max just said.
to the development.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, Max said it exactly that way.
Okay. I think we're ready to, anybody want to make a motion with, modified conditions?
I will. I'll make the motion that we will conditionally approve this with the condition that the applicant will install a 3-way stop sign at the corner of Beef Bend Road and 137th. Am I right?
Counselor, perhaps maybe just saying modified conditions.
Yeah, let's
Remember
leave
Max
it with what Max.
had also mentioned a previous condition that was been modified, so.
I'm reading exactly what Max just said. You want me to, you don't. want to make-
There's multiple modified conditions
Yeah,
that
there's
go
more
to
than
devolve, that it's easier
So-
just to
With the modified conditions, so that is one of them.
keep in mind that this won't be final until the mayor signs the final order. So she'll look that over and sign off on it before it's finalized.
So you're, okay, then I don't need to make a motion then, you're saying.
So we need to make a motion to approve with modified conditions,
That'll cover it.
Yeah.
And then it'll be finally approved.
because there's more than one condition, there's more than one
Okay,
modification.
I'm with you now, but I want to make sure we have the right wording in this condition that we're adding. 'Cause-
Yes, and I believe Max has it exactly as you
But
said.
don't we need a motion to add this particular condition to your already conditional list?
No, our motion right now is to approve this with the conditions and that one included.
You could say approve with modified conditions, including the condition added at the hearing. And then that
Is
way,
this the hearing?
this is the,
Okay, let's leave it at that. Can we get a motion for what Max said?
Well, Mayor, we're trying to get the right wording of the motion, unless you don't care if the motion's proper.
No, his condition is exactly what you said. So I think our wording is correct. Okay, so it's so moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, let's go ahead and roll call.
Okay.
Yeah. His condition is exactly what you said, like words will come. So we're good.
Counselor Gelfen,
Yes.
Counselor Tyso,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman.
I'm not sure I am clear on what the actual motion that I am voting on. Could somebody read the motion so I understand and feel comfortable that I've done my due diligence for the voters of King City, that I understand the motion, because right now it seems ambiguous to me.
I will restate it. The motion is to approve the development agreement with the modified conditions, including the conditions set forth in today's meeting. And would you like Max to read the condition again?
Yes.
Okay.
Applicant would be required to install a three-way stop sign intersection or other alternative improvements as approved by the county, so long as it is roughly proportional to the development.
Okay, so your vote?
Yes.
Counselor Gerhart,
Yeah.
Counselor Arditi,
Yes.
and Mayor Kazmierski.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Are we rereading rereading?
No, we don't have to do it on that one. It's not an ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah.
I declare this case LU number 2024-07 approved with modified conditions on June 18th, 2025 at 8:21 p.m. When the decision notice has been mailed out, you have 21 days to appeal the decision to the Land Use Board of Appeals. You must file an application stating the grounds for your appeal to the city recorder and pay the application fee of $250 at 15300 Southwest 116th Avenue, King City, Oregon 97224. The decision notice is normally mailed within 1 week following the decision. That concludes our public hearing for the evening. Well done, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to new business. First item we have on new business is resolution number 2025-14, a resolution to amend public contracting rules. I can provide some background on this, and Mr. Trumke can help as well. In last month, I executed an agreement with Beery, Elsner, and Hammond on an emergency basis to handle the grievances at the time. Council's hesitation with approving the contract was due to lack of a scope. So Beery, Elsner, and Hammond have revised the contract to include a scope. The reason for this resolution is to amend our public contracting rules so that we can approve that agreement without going through the RFP process. Mr. Trumke, would you like to give a little bit more background on that?
Just a little bit of background
Yeah.
is the city has adopted its purchasing rules through resolutions that have always been hard to find, even for us lawyers working with the city. And now the city recorder has put them up on the website, I think at the mayor's request, and that was very good to have that out there. But generally, the city hasn't changed its, excuse me, its purchasing rules for well over a decade. And the last set in 2012 was constrained or fairly tight, as opposed to the statutes allow cities a lot more flexibility in their rules of purchasing than is required by statutes and is set forth in the statutes. And so it's this addition says basically that legal services can be obtained by direct appointment, which is an expedited procedure without going out and getting 3 bids and bringing them in and going for the low bid. It's not, the cities have been doing it this way for many, many decades. I don't know any city that's had quite as tight a system as King Cities in the cities that I worked with. And also the state loosened up the rules even more, I think in 2023. And so you could at some point go through your purchasing rules, have staff bring you a report on what you do versus what is allowed. But this just opens it up a little bit more flexibility to allow the mayor and or I believe it allows the city manager too to execute small contracts for legal services on an expedited basis. So this just loosens things up a little.
So this eliminates the council from making the decision. It could be the mayor or the manager.
Yes, there's a delegated authority here for the smaller kinds of contracts that are anticipated.
And there already is in our municipal code, the ability for a city manager to enact things, I think less than $5,000 or
Yeah.
something like, so we do
Yeah.
have rules.
It's up to like Ed was saying like 250,000 or something, but I would never use that without
That's
consent.
in state law.
Well, and our executive summary here, it says for contracts that are not high value contracts. So it's not, this doesn't allow for going out and spending.
No, it does not allow for a lot of money. It allows for a responsible city manager to enter into contracts more quickly and more flexibly to go out and say, in this particular change allows for legal services, to say, well, the city needs a lawyer that has expertise in raccoon hunting. So you go out and you find an attorney who has some expertise in that and sign the contract. That's really what this is for, is to just allow a little more flexibility. But the manager and or mayor has to report back to the city with the contracts. They're not secret, they can't be hidden. So there's still transparency in the process.
So the manager kind of already has some of that authority, I think, under my purview. It's kind of through the budget. We authorize it through the budget, then the manager uses the budget to execute those things. I didn't draft this, the staff didn't have any part of this. I'm just wondering what portions were changed. And I know there were other questions, but it might be
In this draft, there's one sentence added. It's just a one line sentence.
just the last piece.
For the resolution or the agreement.
For the resolution.
So it was just the one line
Yeah.
added here under 2. It says, in addition, the city may use a direct appointment for a personal service contract for legal services.
Right.
So that's the only modification.
That's the only modification, and that's limited in dollar amount and it's limited in, to legal services.
So in that situation, we wouldn't have to go through procurement or?
Correct, and it would be to follow the same procedure that's currently allowed for the personal services include technical, creative, professional, communication skills, talents, unique and specialized knowledge, or the exercise of discretionary judgment for which the quality of the services depends on the attributes that are unique to the service provider. There's already that authority in the city manager. This just adds legal services to that.
Does this include the mayor being able to, in an emergency, go ahead and engage in a contract?
She already has emergency authority, but yes.
So this doesn't supersede that authority?
No.
Take it away? Okay, that's all, that's my only question.
So typically what I would do in a circumstance where we had some sort of legal service or personnel services, we'd go out for 3 bids or we'd call independent law firms and request them to submit 3 different bids. And we would use those 3 bids to weigh the services and qualifications to judge which firm would be the best for hiring. And then given the number and whether it was in budget or whether it was in our contracting purview, then we would hire at that point. But,
So how do we know we're getting the best guy available?
I think this kind of circumvents that.
This does take that. It takes away what I would call council micromanagement of small contracts that the city manager and or mayor can sign. And it adds legal services to that. He already has, and she already has this authority for a wide variety of other personal services. It simply adds legal services to that. And you either have a certain amount of trust in your elected mayor and appointed manager, or you don't. And so, I have yet to see a city manager anywhere, abuse that kind of a power, even with $50,000 and $100,000 dollar amounts. That everybody watches the budget. City councilors watch the budget. They can't get out of line without tripping up and getting caught pretty easily, because cities have audited financials. And the audited financials will turn those kinds of things up if they become any kind of a problem.
Could I just ask one other question? Would this authorize this personal services agreement with Barry Ellesmer?
It doesn't authorize that. It just allows us, the next item is the personal services agreement, so they're two separate.
So if this were to change, then like the mayor or I could authorize that contract without council approval?
This kind of contract, I believe there's a dollar amount that's not set out in the resolution itself, but yes, but up to a certain dollar amount, the mayor and or city manager could retain legal services for up to a limited dollar amount. I don't recall what it is, though. I represent enough cities that I always look things up.
So if you're recommending this, I would make a motion that we approve this resolution 2025-14.
I guess I'd like some clarification on dollar amount. We're just sort of throwing dollar amount out there without.
Well, I made a motion. Is there a second? And then we can have discussion.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
All right, sorry. Oh, now I'll ask my question.
I'm sorry, Counselor, I didn't bring all of the purchasing rules with me. I walked out of my office, which had a lot
Yeah,
of paper.
but I mean,
I
if
think
there's
it's
a
fif-
dollar amount that's
I
supposed to be
think it's a
attached,
$50,000.
is that not supposed to be in the resolution?
Well, this only changes the definition. That's what's in this resolution. It doesn't change any of the other rules that apply to direct appointment contracts for personal services. There are several pages of other direct appointment for personal services rules already in place. And they just weren't, they weren't attached to the, and I'm not sure they need to be, but, and I wish I knew the number off the top of my head, but I don't recall it.
So where's the oversight?
The oversight is always, the buck stops here with the city council. You've been elected to oversee, and there is also the financial oversight of your finance officer, who will see where every dollar goes, because somebody has to sign the checks. And the financial officer generally issues the checks, takes them to the person who signs them. I'm not sure who that is in this city.
There's three of us.
Okay.
Yeah, it's myself, the mayor, and the council president are the same. This also has an exhibit A, and I don't.
No, it says the provisions of Exhibit A to Resolution R 2012.
Exhibit A that we.
That's from 2012.
This is the old.
That's Exhibit A
A
to
for.
Exhibit 2012. That was the resolution that he brought forward at the last meeting.
Right, and it has, that exhibit A is about, what, 20 pages of purchasing rule.
And he's saying that stays in
Still
effect.
It's still relevant to today's purchasing stuff.
It says they remain in effect. They are in effect.
Yes, so it doesn't change anything. It's just adding, in addition, the city may use a direct appointment for personal service for legal
Yeah,
services. That's the
that's-
only change.
It's a very small change
This
to,
isn't changing anything.
it doesn't change the structure, it just adds one category of personal services contract,
That
legal
was not-
services,
that's all he's adding.
to the existing form.
To all the things that are already in effect. All right, well, some more discussion. I have a motion, second, more questions. Yeah.
Are you the mayor? You're leading the.
I made the motion, Counselor. If you have a problem with that, you can speak up.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Do you have further questions? I want to just make sure that discussion is fully.
I do have one last question. And that is, I've dealt with attorneys, good ones, and some that aren't so good. So who makes that decision?
Who makes which decision?
Who we choose? I mean,
Oh, ultimately, the attorneys are accountable to the city council, and the city council can hire and fire. So whoever signs the contract, if the city manager does that without discussing it with council, I think the manager is, you know, you have to have a consensus of council to do that. Because that's not located in your code, that's in your charter. Again, I don't have that with me tonight.
So it sounds like the majority of the.
It does pose an interesting question about like how we go about retention of legal services, right? Like right now we have Jordan Ramus under retention contract. We have Harris Elkins under a retention contract, and then we just lost Mr. Watts. So now we have a new one here, which is a new firm. We're not really sure what's going on. And then we're changing a resolution that pertains to contracting, right? So that we can hire a new attorney, but we don't know that attorney qualifications or anything else, I think.
Well, so there would still need to be an agreement that is brought forward that you agree to with the scope and as I'm understanding, there would still need to be a majority in favor of that, even if you or I go out and sign a contract. If the majority of the council says no, then they just vote to end the contract.
It's done.
So there's still checks and balances and how that takes place. And really there's, we're adding in legal services. There's already a ton of other categories that may or may not have overview, right? Like it just comes out of the budget. So it's not like we're seeing every dollar amount every month that somebody may sign for this, right?
Right.
Like so it's something with legal, like you would know why you have a lawyer and what you're using them for.
Ultimately, an attorney is going to know that the attorney represents the council and is accountable to the council. And the city manager would not sign one of these contracts without a consensus of the council. And that wouldn't necessarily have to be a formal vote on it, but it would be wise to get it ratified after the fact, just to make sure everybody is satisfied with it. And I think that might be a good practice to adopt, would be bring it back to council to adopt, to ratify it after the fact, that the lawyer can be hired and fired by council.
Maybe that's something I would appease this
That
crew, is that it needs to be ratified by the council as a whole or something like that, or?
So it says here, in addition, the city may use direct appointment for personal services contract for legal services. We could add if ratified by, which must be ratified by council within 45 days after, or pick a number. That would be.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense because this just allows for a direct appointment. I think that it still is important to get council approval for that. So it just simplifies the process. So if we want to add something that just, that by majority of the council, that still makes the most sense.
So that would include the city manager then hiring an attorney. The city manager would have to bring it to city council to ratify before the city manager could just have an outside attorney do personal services.
But the city manager has the flexibility to hire if that's necessary to get something going.
Okay.
And then not.
But it still needs to be ratified in 45 days by the council. I like that.
So the terms to add here, the city recorder is writing, would be to change the period at the end of legal services to a comma and say, which must be ratified by by council within 45 days.
And that would be whether it's the mayor
Or
the manager.
or
Perfect.
the two people.
They're the two.
But
Have the power.
that would still allow for like what's happening tonight, where we have a contract brought forth that says this is a direct appointment.
Yes.
We're now allowed to do that. We're gonna vote for it together.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I like that.
Right, but it does allow for, sometimes you just need to move ahead, within a fairly short but non-emergency period of time.
Right. Mr. Trumpy, so just as a point, so that legal services clause is attached to other other services though, right? So the ratification should only apply to legal services that the city still has the power to get other services that are just like.
Right,
the city.
and so that's why I said change the period to a comma, so it's part of the same sentence that talks about.
Specifically legal services.
Yeah,
So,
would you like?
Like there's, so I have some questions because there's been. It should probably more in a topic for an executive session to talk about. Legal, things that we had spoken with councils before in the past. On. Litigation that was being brought against the city, and so. I would think. We go down that path, we probably need to have a discussion under. Executive session to talk about.
Right now I have a motion pending. I have a motion pending and a second for us to approve this resolution with your modification.
So amend your motion.
You would have to amend your motion to include that.
Right, so I'm amending the motion to include the language that you just added. At the end of the sentence, in addition, the city may use a direct appointment for a personal service contract for legal services, comma, to be ratified by the city council within 45 days. Do I have a second? Okay,
Okay, let's go ahead and go to
a vote.
any further discussion? Vince, any further discussion from you? No. Okay, let's go ahead and go to a vote on this.
You want to do the roll call?
Hang on one second, I'm just capturing.
Okay.
So I have a motion and a second from Councilor Braverman and a second from Councilor Gearhart to approve resolution 2025-14 with modification to section 2 that says that any decision must be ratified by council in 45 days.
It's not section 2.
It's
No,
it's
that's not
section 1.
correct.
It's section 1.
It's after it is exactly how I read it.
Section 2 is just all other provision. It's not in section 2.
Oh, okay. So it's at
What?
the end of
It's at the end of the.
A2? Is it
No.
A2?
No.
Section 1.
Oh, yeah.
in section-
It's section 1, but it's part 2. It's not section 2.
So it's section
Or it's
1A2.
Yeah.
So with the modification to section 1A or subsection A, subsection 2.
No.
Yeah, no,
That's not,
that's correct.
okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
that's correct. That's the right spot.
Just,
It's in subsection A 2, the last sentence.
Yeah.
A2.
Good. Okay. All right. And it's supposed to add, which must be ratified by city council within 45 days.
Yeah.
Oh, the lights went out in the hallway.
And then it's kind of shut down.
Good.
Okay.
Councilor Gelfand.
I'm gonna abstain,
What reason?
because I'm not comfortable with it.
You have to have more reason than you're not comfortable with it to abstain.
Okay, can't dance. No, okay, I'm good with that.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Councilor Tyso.
Yes.
Councilor Braverman.
Yes.
Councilor Gearhart.
Yes.
Councilor Arditi.
Yes.
Mayor Kazmierski.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, new business item B is the Erie Elsner and Hammond Special Counsel Personal Services Agreement. So this is essentially the same agreement that was brought last month, but with the addition of the scope of sequence, bringing out my teacher scope and sequence. That's not what we're doing tonight. With the scope. There was, I believe, one amendment, Mr. Trumke, we were making to the scope, to the verbiage of the scope.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, a few questions were asked, about the scope, that was with respect to the last line of it's exhibit B to the contract. The last line says, personnel matters and other matters as assigned by the consensus of city council. The questions came up about whether that might be interpreted to interfere with union contract methods of determining disputes, arbitration, mediation, other things that arise out of that. And so I was able to speak to Ashley Driscoll at the Barry Elsner firm about modifying that provision. And she agreed that it wasn't intended to have that meaning when she drafted it. And she agreed that it could add in after the words personnel matters, to add in at that point, not governed by a union contract. And then it says, and other matters assigned by the consensus of city council. So, any other matters would have to come back to council for the addition, but it's other personnel matters not covered by a union contract. There are very few of those in the city because most of the employees are union employees. The manager is not, and I don't know who else isn't.
No one.
No one?
No one.
Okay, so there we have it. So that would only apply to the city manager. So that was the change that came about in order to avoid having this possibly be interpreted to impede into union or labor law, which it wasn't intended.
Hold for discussion. Thank you. So again, I just want to reiterate that this is the same contract we brought forth last month, just because we have a need. And the council concerns at that point were really around the scope, and we had talked about what that scope might look like, and so this is what has come up with questions. To discuss
There's no question.
Well, the question I have is why wouldn't we have this attorney? Is this attorney not equipped to deal with union matters? Is she not an expert in that? Is that why?
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with whomever your labor lawyer is who writes and works on the union contracts for the city should be the person who's involved in employment matters that arise out of the contract, because that person will have the expertise and the knowledge of the contract to do the best at it. I don't know that the city has an attorney who does that right now that Mr. Watts is gone.
Well, that's my question.
This verbiage doesn't preclude that law firm from handling it. It would just need to be voted on by consensus of council.
Yeah, another time.
I understand now. Okay, cool. All right.
I will take your question.
You want me to come to the podium?
Sure.
Okay, because I'd like the council to hear what I have to say. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Dan Tennell. I'm the general counsel of the Oregon FOP, who represents all of your city employees. I am very concerned about this resolution because it is not well defined as to what this firm is going to be doing. Right now, this council's priority should be hiring an attorney that can work with me to get a contract in place for your employees, which you are a year out of contract. And the labor relationship with your employees is a train wreck right now. It needs to be fixed immediately. Hiring an attorney to come in and do an investigation based on a tort claims notice is not what this council needs to be focused on right now. And I can tell you, based on the scope of work and the rights that these people have under Oregon law and the current collective bargaining agreement, my advice to them is not to be interviewed by this firm about any employment matters. Because the focus, unless they're compelled, which they can't be, unless there's a formal internal investigation launched pursuant to certain rights that certain employees have, And the non-uniformed employees of your government employees have different rights than your non-uniformed employees, meaning your non-sworn officers. My concern over this is that there's been no discussion with the union or their attorney about bringing this firm in as to what the scope of the work is. There's been no discussions about whether there's going to be compelled cooperation of your employees. Well, let me finish. Please don't interrupt me. So the problem I have is you've not consulted your employees whatsoever. And I object to this until we have a better understanding for my clients as to what's going to be expected of them, which I have zero right now. And the focus of this council should be appointing a labor attorney who can respond to the state, who's trying to move forward with arbitration for your employees, because that's where we're at now. And we're beyond a timeline right now to respond to the state. And I'm getting hounded to respond to the state and schedule something. And you don't have a lawyer appointed specifically to bargain a new contract and represent the city. So I am very concerned about what this council is doing vis-a-vis your employees.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
You and I had a brief conversation about this today. I don't know that you should respond to council because
Correct.
you have you will recuse yourself from these discussions. So in terms of any response, perhaps the council president should temporarily take the chair just for a response.
Want to switch off to respond to that? You also don't have to respond to it.
What kind of response you're looking for?
I'm not, I just thought that, that the mayor does want to recuse herself, from that sort of interaction with the attorney for.
Can I say that?
Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
so I do need to recuse myself from that specific topic, as my husband is an employee, and so I have an actual conflict of interest. However, if I can say, that's why that sentence was added to this contract, so that it does not relate to that. It relates to a different issue that we do have, that we do need to move forward with.
Well, this contract does not preclude us from hiring a labor attorney, which is somebody that I've been trying to get us to hire. And I think we do need to hire. That's why I asked you if this particular attorney, Ashley Driscoll, does she have traditional labor expertise? Do we know that? You don't know. Okay.
No, it's asking one attorney to say what another attorney's expertise is.
Well, you
It's
said
unfair.
But you spoke to her, you said.
I did.
And she
and
doesn't have expertise in this area?
I didn't say that. I wouldn't let her speak for herself.
Okay,
And I think she should.
Well, I would keep the exhibit B written the way it is, and personnel matters and other matters as assigned by the consensus of the city council, because if it turns out that she does have expertise in traditional labor, or somebody else in her firm could handle that piece while she handles the other, and they could work together, that might be
If
a
I
good
could
way.
say, I would prefer it as Mr. Tromke has written it, because then I'm able to vote on it, because it is not including the union contract. It's very specific.
Okay, I didn't understand that. Okay. All right, so let's hold on a second, because unfortunately, you're out of order, okay? I'm just gonna be honest.
Actually, he just calls.
So you're out of order talking yourself. Come on up here and speak.
So if you are contemplating hiring Barry Elsner to deal with the tort claims notice, you can't have her investigate, you can't have that firm do your labor negotiations. That would be a conflict of interest, in my opinion. And that's the problem that I have, is you actually have an issue on the agenda that should be secondary to getting a new labor contract in place. And those firms are going to have a conflict. And I'm going to object and advise every one of your city employees not to be interviewed, because they're not going to have any protection in an employment situation. Your insurance company is the one that should be investigating the tort claims notice. The city council, in my opinion, given finite dollars, you don't need to go out and hire a lawyer to do that. Have your insurance company do it if you're concerned about liability. That's their job. That's what you pay your premiums for. Hire a lawyer to bargain a new contract for your employees.
evening.
All right, well, so we have,
Mr. Trump, sorry.
yeah,
Yeah.
No, you're the chair. He just.
Just in general, I refer many city clients to CIS. However, I or someone else will often be an outside counsel overseeing what CIS does and sometimes take over the entire job of it. It depends on the situation. And so I understand where counsel is coming from, but each claim that's filed with CIS has different facts, a different way of looking at it. And you know, sometimes you trust your insurance company. When you have an accident, you say, yes, I'll take the $3,000 for the car damage. Other times you want somebody to stand up and say, no, I was hurt in addition, and I need an outside lawyer to work with or against the insurance company. Every fact situation is different. And so I don't know the facts of this, so I can't say, yes, you do need outside counsel. I can't say, no, you don't. But each of you knows enough of what the facts might be that you need to make an informed decision and then go with it, either to hire outside counsel or not, to look into it.
we were advised by CIS told us to hire Ashley Driscoll. So
Well, they recommended.
they
Barry Foster.
recommended it.
They recommended.
Yeah, and they recommended that we hire counsel to handle this. So we are taking we have to take a direction from CIS. That's number one. Number two, we can certainly get recommendations for an outside labor firm. We can certainly, with our new resolution that we just passed, the mayor and the city manager can work with Dan to hire whoever Dan approves as a labor attorney. How's that?
The council president can work to do that.
Okay, it looks to me like we've got conflicting information. And I couldn't make a decision based on what I'm hearing here.
Well, remember that Mr. Fennell doesn't represent the city, he represents the union. He's the other side. So when he speaks, he's not lying to you, but he's espousing the position of his client, the employees union. And so there can be differences of opinion.
But
between
that's
the
real,
attorneys.
isn't it? I mean,
And that's why you're hearing conflicting opinions.
Because his opinion should be that we take care of his union members first and foremost. That's his job. He's looking out after them, and I understand that, but there's other issues that are in front of us too, equally as important.
Yes, they're both equal in my mind. And one doesn't negate the other one. We can do both.
And I do plan to say something about the specific matter that Mr. Fennell brought up in one of the matters that's coming up, one of the next two matters. I couldn't tell you which one. And I will talk to you a little bit about that, because I do think the city needs to engage counsel to there's a pending mediation that was scheduled to take place, and the written materials are due by the end of the month. And so while there may be a little bit of flexibility in that the city can get an extension, maybe, the city council should be moving forward with that. But I'm jumping into the next item. I wasn't prepared to talk about it right this moment, but in 10 minutes I would be. Okay.
Well, I just have a question. The labor negotiations is not on our current agenda, am I correct? I don't see it on my agenda, and I've got a pretty lengthy agenda here, and I do not see labor mediation.
Under the next item is where I wanted to raise it, discuss hiring interim and permanent city.
I understand, but right now, the issue of labor and a labor attorney, unfortunately, is not on our agenda, correct?
Yes,
that's correct.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, and if I could, right now, we do have retainers, like I mentioned earlier, with current law firms, Jordan Ramus and Harris Alpins. And so we would fall back on those retainers to fill the gap until such time as we could do an RFP, put out a request for proposals for attorneys. And what I would recommend, and I talked to the mayor about this earlier today, is that we have a work session at our next council meeting in July, where we figure out what the council wants to see from their attorneys. And we draft up that proposal and those qualifications, because we might want a parliamentarian, we might want a municipal attorney, we might want a land use focus, we might want contracts. We might want to put all those into a contract and then try to find someone that's qualified or can check as many of those boxes as possible. And I think a work session to discuss those things is really valuable to the city as a whole.
I think it's important, but I'm hearing that there's an immediate need, and no pun intended. It sounds like we have a fire and we need to put that fire out. So what I'm hearing the labor representative saying, even though it's not on our agenda and it's a little bit out of order, I hear that there's a special need that's an immediate need that might need to precede our working meeting. Am I hearing that correctly?
Probably, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so.
Between now and the next meeting, if you're suggesting having a.
Well,
Could I just ask a question,
I
Ellie?
think what we're,
Are you saying that you couldn't represent us on this matter, or that
I'm
somebody
saying-
from your firm couldn't
I'm
represent?
saying I'm personally not well enough informed of the matter to do a good job of it. I'm not, somebody in my firm might be able to. And somebody from the Harris firm may be able to also. And so at this point, it was my duty to bring to your attention that this came to my attention the end of last week, and in some responsive emails that I received, yesterday? Or maybe, yeah, I think it was yesterday.
well, it's just disappointing that we haven't heard of this before it's become so immediate. And it should have been on our agenda a long time ago, in my opinion, so that we could work this out properly. But right now, we're dealing with a agenda item to approve this personal service agreement.
Council Brandon, it wasn't a concern until
Peter
passed away.
It
So that's why it's
has nothing to
first.
do with this contract that you're considering. That's my issue right now is that's a separate issue that we were gonna talk about.
So can I make a motion then to approve this special council personal service agreement, so we can move the meeting forward at 9 o'clock tonight?
With the modification.
With the modification. Do I have a second? I
I-
made a
I-
motion.
I think we need to know where the priority here is. The priority with, are we negotiating contracts right now?
Yes, we are in the middle
Okay.
of negotiating a
That-
contract with our
Maybe
union.
this is a priority.
That may be more of a priority than.
This is also a priority.
But this is on our agenda item. This is number B of our agenda item that's on our current agenda. So by Robert's rules, we need to stick to our agenda item, not add. Are you making a motion, President Gelfen, to amend our agenda? Because right now, I've made a motion under section B on the agenda item to approve the special counsel personal services agreement, and it's been seconded by Counselor Gerhart
With the
with the modification.
As the city attorney, I do have some parliamentarian at more than one city. So I can say that I do agree with what Councilor Braverman said, that there is a motion that's been seconded on the floor. The chair have raised a question, which is allowed, but it should not go too far from that. And I think your question was, is this the highest priority? And my legal parliamentarian response is, yes, it is the highest priority, because as Councilor Braverman said, it's on the floor, there's a motion and second been made, so that is the priority for right this moment. And then one of the next issues is, this is coming right up, so, and why it wasn't raised earlier is beyond my knowledge. I wasn't here, I don't, no opinions.
So is it too late to
Go ahead.
ask a question?
Well, the chair has to,
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second.
Yes,
Are there any further questions
for discussion.
or
Yes.
discussions? Yeah.
I do. I don't see in this contract from Gary Elsner anything that says what exactly we are contracting, the scope of what?
It's an exhibit B.
The scope is.
It's at the very end, in
It's a short
exhibit B,
folder.
and he read it out loud, so sorry. It's at the very end. It says exhibit B. Are you looking at the agreement?
Yeah,
Where's I don't see exhibit B on there, so I don't think you're looking at the right thing.
I'm not looking at everything.
I don't think you are. Yeah, I'm trying to.
I'm
find-
just,
I'm
I
trying to-
just clicked on this special counsel personal service agreement.
Sorry, I don't have my glasses on.
It's it's on the very last page. It's just only a couple of sentences.
It's right here. Scope of service, including providing legal advice to this is the scope.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And he amended it to exclude the union stuff.
Claims notice.
Personnel matters, comma, excluding, he put an addition, excluding, what was it, excluding anything covered by collective bargaining agreements?
Yes,
Something like that?
it says personnel matters not covered by a union contract.
Not covered by a union contract and other matters as assigned by the consensus of city council. That's the scope.
Okay. Claim notice pursuant from city manager Mike Weston, comma, personnel matters. So what personnel matters are we asking?
It could be anything. If Mr. Weston, he just told us that he may be taking another job at another city. So this attorney would help him and help us work that through. That would be another suggestion or idea of a personnel issue.
Okay,
Because
before,
it won't cover anything having to do with the collective bargaining agreement or anything having to do with the union issues.
okay, but last, on the 21st, was that when we had our last meeting? There was language in there about doing an investigation of the personnel.
She did not have that in her contract.
There was no
before. There was no scope left.
Concern, Councilor Tyso, that's been voiced by Mr. Thinnell and myself and others, is that the council continues to go down this pathway of an investigation. And there's no cause, there's no reason or anything else, and that's what this is.
But that's not part of that.
I just caution you.
Okay, but you don't need to caution us. She asked a question
And
and
I, you know, when you, personnel matters sounds a bit nebulous to, quite frankly. And so,
You see Mr. Thinnell and I just nodding our heads. Yes.
but we understand that it's not gonna deal with any union issues.
okay,
And
but
it has to be approved by city council.
I believe that a lot of this had to do with investigating the
It was an investigation of the city manager, the city attorney, and the city department.
So the city council already approved doing an investigation with a third party. Has nothing to do with this attorney.
The motion that was made
The
started
motion-
off as like an HR thing, and then it kind of got twisted at the very end to include an investigation of the city manager, the city attorney, and the city department. And that's what this contract essentially.
This, if I can clarify, it was an investigation of performance review. That's what it was, but that's not what this contract is for. This contract specifically is because there is a notice of a tort claim that we need legal counsel to guide us through with our insurance company. Our insurance company recommended.
but then why doesn't it say that?
It does. It's the very first thing it says. It's to deal with the notice of tort filed by Mr. Weston. That is the pressing issue that we need legal counsel to help guide city council with our insurance company through.
Well, then
Okay,
why
so,
doesn't
so,
it?
so it shouldn't go any farther than that.
Yeah,
Okay, then we say that and other items as assigned by council, by consensus of council. Then there would be, then it would allow for if something else were to come up, we could vote to say, yes, we need their services for this thing. So it would still take a majority of the council.
Is Counselor Arditi muted or can he talk?
Are you still there, Vince?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have anything to say, or am I just? Let's
Okay,
vote.
let's vote. All right, well, I've made a motion to approve this. It's been seconded. And, now it's time to vote. I vote yes.
Well, let's,
What we, have a roll call vote.
Yeah, so Counselor Braverman made the motion, Counselor Gearhart seconded. All right, Counselor Gearhart,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Tyson,
I'm going to abstain because I don't like the wording of the scope.
would you like to see it changed to?
I would drop personnel
Or
matters
vote.
and just put and other
Just
matters.
curious.
Yeah, I
I'm
would.
just curious.
Counselor, Chomke, can you help as our parliamentarian? We're actually taking roll call right now, and we have 2 yes votes and 1 abstention. Can we go through and get a vote?
so I think like
Please.
if
Without a bunch of fanfare?
so I think in this situation, Counselor Tyson, yes, if you're in favor of it, no, if you're not in favor, abstain. Typically, I mean, you can give whatever reason you want to, but like you've been here for the discussion.
I
So,
have been here for this.
so if you don't like the scope, then you would either recommend changing the scope or say no. Be my suggestion.
But right now, she has the option of voting yes, no, or abstain.
It should.
Is that right, Counselor?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any cities that have the frequency of abstentions that this city does.
Well, I don't know how to, I
Typically,
guess
cities don't
I
allow-
guess we started to vote before I had the opportunity to suggest that I did not like the wording.
So what would you like it to say? Yeah.
I would just like it to say and other matters.
Okay.
I would strike personnel.
And other.
He's been moved earlier, that's for.
No.
This might be something that we need to discuss in an executive session or a work session.
We need to just.
We have a vote on the table. Can we just finish? Okay,
We need to finish it.
I'd like,
Mayor, are you voting yes or no to?
We need to continue the roll call.
all right, Counselor Tyson,
I guess I'll vote no if abstain is not appropriate.
Counselor Gelfand,
No.
Counselor Arditi.
No.
Mayor Kazmierski,
Yes.
motion fails for lack of a majority.
Okay, I would like to, just. Can we rediscuss a different motion that would be accepted?
City charter doesn't let you do this. Your city charter does not let you do personnel investigations. Someone needs to read the city charter.
Okay, so then I think that was something that,
The proper thing to do right now would be somebody who is on the losing side, which is the people voted yes, which would include you, Mayor, could move for reconsideration on the matter, and that would be the way to do it. You move for reconsideration and.
I would like to move to reconsider to allow for discussion of the scope.
Okay. So Jan, would you want to?
Do I hear a second?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I second.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is what we tried to do last month too. Let's hammer out the scope. The pressing issue is that we do need legal counsel to help us through the tort.
If you were to delete personnel matters, then that sounds like it would relieve at least some people's concerns about it. So that it reads from, regarding the tort claim notice received from City Manager Michael Weston And then it would simply say, and other matters assigned by consensus of city council. So anything else other than the tort claim notice response would require further action by council.
I know that we have this motion and second and everything else. I have staff that are still online for our supplemental budget that is really pressing. This is a legal matter that could go on for months and really has no pressing matter right at this moment, but.
Probably at the moment where we could decide whether that's satisfactory and take a vote. Is that a satisfactory scope? Because we do have an issue happening right now that we do need legal counsel to
Make the motion, we'll support it.
we need legal counsel to guide us to be our intercession with the insurance and to guide us through.
As long as Jan understands that.
I do understand.
Yeah.
So that scope limits it to this, and then anything as assigned by consensus of council. So then we would obviously majority vote for any other.
That includes the investigation. So I just want to make sure, does that include the investigation that was approved prior on?
This exactly what the scope says. The scope of services include providing legal advice to the city regarding the tort claim notice received on May 21st from City Manager Michael Weston and other matters as assigned by consensus of City Council.
Now or in the past?
Now.
Okay, so are we talking about investigations or not? Because I think that's the 800-pound gorilla that has been out here and others.
I understand what you're saying, but that would still have to be voted on by a consensus of the council. That is what is in the scope. There's nothing trying to be snuck by here at all. We have a very real thing happening that we need legal counsel along with our insurance company to guide us through. We
did not need an investigation, is not.
So for clarity, there's no
This
investigation.
is about the tort claim notice. We need legal counsel.
That's what I'm trying to.
I
So-
think people are trying to, it feels to me like people are trying to intentionally derail us getting this motion passed. It has been recommended by our CIS insurance carrier. This is the firm that CIS recommended that we go to, and CIS asked us to have a firm to address these issues.
In an email, they specifically asked me, who is your legal counsel representing the city on this matter? And I didn't have an answer for them. And
And
they
now-
recommended this law firm, in which last month I presented the contract, and the issue was that this was the scope. So I worked with them to create a scope, which now we are fine tuning. Our insurance company has told us we need legal counsel representing us in this matter, and that is what the scope says. And then the last sentence just leaves it open to this contract allows us to assign something if it's the consensus of the council.
I would support it if you could eliminate the investigation part of it.
There is no investigation.
There
part of
is
it.
no
Well,
investigation
it's
part of
it's
it.
still open for
But we
investigation.
have a motion that
Crossed
passed.
off personnel matters.
We have
So
a
it is
motion.
just the tort claim notice and any other, there's no investigation piece to it. That is the tort claim notice. That is the one thing. This is a very real thing that has been submitted, that we need legal counsel.
Don't argue with me, but you need to eliminate that.
The consensus of city council?
Yes. In other words, you can't open that mentality again.
This just leaves it open for if the majority of the council would like to assign this law firm something that they can. If the majority of the council agrees on something, what would be the issue with assigning a task? If the majority of the council.
It's in the hands of CIS. We are insured by CIS. When a tort claim is filed by a city manager, it is handed over to the insurance company, and the insurance company is dictating how this is gonna go. We as city council members do not tell CIS what to do. If you guys wanna do that, you go ahead and call their attorney, Cindy Lynn, and go ahead, Mr. Gelfand, you call CIS and tell them what you want them to do or not to do. That's not our call.
So do we have a motion there?
I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it might be nice to have CIS here in an executive session or a work session to talk about it.
I agree that we need to take that step, but we also need legal counsel representing the city And we need legal counsel for this.
No, what fear, because I feel that Counselor Gelfand just does not want to have an investigation of his person, Mike Weston, and that's the only issue. And that's
Counselor
not
Braverman,
even,
Counselor Braverman.
that's not even on this.
Counselor
agenda.
Braverman, I need to stop you right there, because this contract is not for an investigation. This contract is to provide
But
us.
that's exactly.
Okay, let me finish. This contract is simply to provide city council with legal counsel in this matter. That is what this contract is for. So I feel as though this is somehow getting twisted into something that it is not.
Right.
And so I would welcome any additional questions about it, because it is very important that we have legal counsel at Braverman as a city.
I want the line regarding personnel matters stricken.
Okay. That is what you've already.
So I make a motion that we approve this personal service contract with Counselor Tyso's edit.
Of removing personnel matters.
Was it the entire line or was it?
It was, I think it's just those two words.
Removing personnel.
Just removing personnel matters. So it should read, scope of services include providing legal advice to the city regarding the tort claims notice pursuant to ORS 30.275 received on May 21st, 2025 from City Manager Michael Weston and other matters as assigned by the consensus of the City Council.
Did you second it?
I seconded, yeah.
If I could ask for a clarification in it, is consensus of the council, what does that mean? From a legal standpoint, I use the phrase consensus of council as what happens in an executive session when a vote, when a decision is not allowed. If you want, as the mayor has said, this would require a vote of the council.
Yeah.
It would be better to put in there assigned by a majority vote of the city.
By the majority vote of the City
Sure,
Council.
that's fine.
By the majority vote.
Oh, yeah.
Not passed, right? Just going forward from here on out. It
In the
doesn't,
future, yeah.
not retroactive
Not
decisions, AKA the investigation side, right?
Again, this is getting twisted into something that it is not. So yes, assigned by the majority vote
Assigned by
of the
the
City
majority vote of the
Council
City Council.
henceforth.
Okay.
Does that
so-
work for everybody?
Henceforth,
I don't know.
I like the word.
I don't know what we're thinking.
All right, so we
So
got, we
is
have a
there-
amended motion. Can we now call for the vote?
I think Jan has one more question.
I have one more question. So has there been an investigation initiated?
No,
Yes or no?
no.
Was there an intention to?
There was a unanimous vote of the council last month to investigate the performance. We all voted on it,
And you voted
but there has
yes.
not been an investigation that has begun.
That was the HR one, and at the end, they
HR.
slipped in the investigation fee. That you were upset with. the
No,
part.
nobody has slipped.
Okay, that's not,
guys,
again, we are
let's
out of
keep it
order
on the
here because
agenda.
that's not what we're talking about. We are
Yeah, I
talking about this
Yeah.
contract. We are talking about this contract
But this
related to
contract only,
this
period.
Yes, this is the only thing on the scope.
Oh my God.
And we've got a motion and a second.
May I read it so that everyone's
Yes,
clear?
please.
Yeah,
Okay. So the scope says, scope of services including legal advice to the city regarding the court claims notice pursuant to ORS 30.275 received on May 21, 2025 from City Manager Michael Weston and other matters as assigned by majority vote of the City Council henceforth.
All right, so we're ready to vote, because we have a motion and then a second.
Yes, let's go ahead and roll call.
So I have a motion to approve by Counselor Braverman and a second by Counselor Gearhart. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Counselor Gearhart,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Tyso,
Yes.
Counselor Gelfand,
Yes.
Counselor Arditi,
Yes.
Mayor Kazimierski.
Yes.
Motion carries.
With council's approval, I would like to amend the agenda to move up the supplemental budget resolution, from which I'm gonna also recuse myself of this and allow you to take this again. I'm recusing myself because there are items pertaining to the police department and that poses potential conflict.
See if I can get the mic.
Good luck.
With Mira still on and Katie. I can talk to it a little bit. So there's additional items on our budget, including body cams, including vehicle purchases, additional attorney fees that we've encumbered over the course of the year that Councilor Braverman was talking about earlier and had questions on. We have with our contract with Mr. Watts, it was at a flat rate. But with all the development going on with the legal challenges as well, we also encumbered legal fees from Jordan Ramus, Harris Elkins, and those are not on a set rate. And those expenses essentially put us over where we thought we'd be at this point of the year. And so that's why you see the budget adjustment on that. Yeah, also in the personnel side on the body cameras, you'll see a small adjustment there. The vehicle outlay for the police side, we did hire a new officer. We're getting a new vehicle in, and so we're trying to get the budget up to snuff so that we are in compliance with state and federal budgeting regulations. Mira, Katie, are you guys online? Do you have anything to add?
That was great. Thank you, Mike.
Any other questions from the council on those items?
I have a couple of questions. So how did we accrue $80,000 in additional attorney fees from basically December to present?
Sure. So we have multiple development agreements going on with the New Home Company, with Kensington Square. The developments are the Charlene and the new town center areas. All those are contracts. We have the union contract negotiations going on. We also had the lawsuit from Ms. Cunningham that was defended by Mr. Harris. And then finally, we have our annual fee from Mr. Watts that came.
So the issue I have is that we just spent over an hour having a debate over a personal service contract for an attorney to respond to a notice of tort claim that's been filed by you, Mr. Weston. And yet you went ahead over my objection, and some of us objected to hiring the Harris firm without our approval, never got my approval and never got city council's approval. And you went ahead and spent that money, not in a personal service contract, but just because you had a contract with him. I asked for the actual record of when you retained him. You gave me something that went back to like 1998. I didn't get anything in writing about a retention of the Harris firm in 2024, 2025. We all told you that just restarting the 35 days would save the council that additional attorney fee. I'd like to see the actual breakdown of this line item for the 80,000. I want to know how much of it went to Harris, how much of it went. We just said we don't have a labor attorney, so we know that didn't go to a fee there. So where does money? I'd like to actually see the breakdown.
So Ms. Braverman, the prior council prior to you is the one that authorized the Harris Elkins contract. And it was at that point in time to defend Mr. Ocholi. And then that contract got expanded to then defend the other council's decision, because we don't, as a council, there's nothing in our charter that allows us to go and remove a sworn-in counselor. So as we discussed under our legal discussion earlier, is that we have that opportunity to talk about it in legal. In executive session, counselor, we talked about this at depth. I know you went storming out of that executive session, but we did talk about it at depth. And at that point in time, the council said, go do what you need to do.
That violates our municipal code. We do not make a decision in an executive session. It was never brought to city council to vote to pay for these attorney fees after we've just spent a whole hour and the rest of the council that voted no have fought tooth and nail because they don't want to extend the personal service contract of an attorney that we need right now. But they're gonna go ahead and support these additional attorney fees that you're asking us to approve. That was never approved in an open meeting that is required, Mr. Weston, and you know better. You know that that's required in an open meeting. You can't make a decision in an executive session. And this council, Ms. Cunningham brought her writ at this council, which I sit on, and I was never asked to vote to extend Mr. Harris's attorney fees. And that is in violation of our municipal code. And so that's the problem I have, and that's why I want to have an explanation.
So Councilor Braverman, I believe that former Councilor Watts explained to you and the rest of the council in executive session.
Are you
about
actually
the
going to
legal
violate
rights.
the terms of our executive session by saying what was discussed there?
I'm just saying that he informed you of what the rights of the council were in an executive session regarding this matter.
And he told us that it had to be voted in open session, and it never was.
Please don't
Yeah.
give attorney-client privilege, details from an
Exactly.
executive session without the
Right.
council
Okay.
on board.
Well, that's what's happening here. So could I have a breakdown of how much we spent for the Harris firm and what we spent for this 80,000 of additional that you're asking us to approve?
I don't have a breakdown with me, Counselor, and I've already provided all the legal fees in the form of check registers and financials to the council as a whole. And it had all the expenses on that law firm.
It did not, Mayor and I have asked repeatedly for those expenditures. We've only been given 1 or 2 months. We haven't been
I
given
gave
any,
12 months, Counselor.
but you haven't given us this 80,000 and I'd like a
I think
breakdown.
if you did the calculations, you would find that it would calculate.
Please show me. Show me. I'd love to be illustrated by you to show me that, please.
Show me the numbers and I'll highlight them for you.
You have the documents. Bring them out and show them. No, I don't believe that you did. I don't have them. I'm not inclined to approve a budget where I don't have the breakdown. And I would urge us to have a look since we made such a big deal about this personal contract. So we obviously need to see the breakdown before we can approve this budget.
Is there a motion on the floor to pass this resolution? I would entertain one.
Guess. Just a minute, let me go back where it is, just a second.
The resolution is 2025-13. It's a resolution allowing a supplemental budget increase and decrease pursuant to ORS 294-338, providing for the receipt of appropriations and expenditure of unexpected funds. That's the resolution.
Well, we could have a work session. I suggest
We don't
we can make a work session and you can show us the breakdown of the 80,000 and then we can vote on it then.
I would just advise the council that failure to pass the supplemental budget prior to the fiscal year could result in
It would result in
Negative.
a violation of the local budget law. It has to be done before the end of the month, end of the fiscal year.
It's not that in the meeting.
I move that we pass resolution R 2025-13.
Been moved. Is there a second? I second it.
you. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor of passing, I'll do a roll, you want roll call or all those in favor?
Yes, please.
Roll call vote for supplemental budget. Counselor Gearhart,
No.
Counselor Braverman,
No,
Counselor Gelfand,
Yes.
Counselor Tyso,
Yes.
Counselor Arditi.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay, we are gonna go back in the correct order. Next item on the agenda is to discuss hiring an interim and permanent city attorney. There is obviously a process that we need to follow, in this, and so I've invited Mr. Trumpy to walk us through what that process might look like and how we get started.
Hiring either an interim or a permanent attorney, new city attorney, is going to be a problem. There are very few of them around right now, and I looked on I'm a member of the Oregon City Attorneys Association, and they, with League of Oregon Cities, maintain a list of available interim city attorneys who can step in at a moment's notice to help cities when they lose a city attorney for one reason or another. And there are no names on the list, which is unusual, but I'm told it's been that way for a couple of years because all of the city attorneys are old like me, or even older, or dead. And there haven't been a lot of younger ones coming up through the ranks who are good qualified city attorneys. I'm not saying there aren't any, but there aren't enough of them. And most of them are busy enough that they are not holding themselves out on the list. So it's going to take some work to recruit good interim city attorneys and good permanent city attorneys. And so the best thing the council can do is take a step back and do a long-term view of what is it that you want from a city attorney? What skills do you need from a city attorney? And there are two customer bases, if you will, that the city attorney serves. Those customers are the council and staff. And it's a balancing job for the city attorney not to get too swept up in one or the other. From the council's perspective, what you need to do is figure out what your own priorities are. What is it, the work that you're going to want done in the next year or two or three when you're going to be utilizing the city attorney? What is it that you want accomplished? And then what legal skills are going to be needed for them? And I'm going to say that most of you won't have any idea what legal skills are needed, but you will know what tasks you have, what projects you want done. So at that point, it becomes a good idea to sit down with a couple of other city attorneys and say, what are the skill sets needed for those things? And let me take a hot potato as an example, which is, I've heard that the transportation system plan may be looking at to be amended or modified along with zoning and transportation stuff underneath it. That is a heck of a project. Cities, generally speaking, get grants to do TSP amendments. This city did some 10 years ago or so, got more than $1 million in grants to hire the experts that are needed. Because you need a city attorney who has comprehensive plan drafting experience. It's a completely different skill from any other land use skills. It's completely different from anything else that exists in this world. And part of what that requires is the city attorney has to manage the traffic engineer experts that you're going to hire, because the TSP findings have to be modified if you're going to make an amendment, and they have to be amended in a way that the state DLCD will accept and Metro will accept, and the courts, or LUBA and the courts, if anything is challenged. And it ain't easy. It's very difficult to do. I have a staff member whom I use to draft most of my things along those lines, because it takes real focus, and I get interrupted too often. It takes focus to write those things. But he's retiring in 2026. He's done. And so there is a limited number of people around who have that kind of a skill set. So you are going to need some money, and you're going to need to search to find those kinds of skills among people to get it done. Then after you do the TSB, a part of the package has to be to also adopt zoning and street layouts and all sorts of engineering pieces of it that also have to get done and have to be connected to it. And one thing that I've found, and my staff guy who writes these things for me, is he calls me every day to say, the damned engineers don't understand that they don't work in a silo. They can't see how what they do affects the next guy and the next one and the next one. And so the city attorney's job is ultimately to know enough about the engineering and enough about the soils and enough about the law to pull all these pieces together. And as I said before, it ain't easy. And all of those folks have 100 other jobs they're trying to do. So getting them to focus on yours is difficult. So I'm trying to scare you into seeing this is not an easy thing to do. And it's going to be the unicorn that you need, you'll have to find in order to do the comprehensive plan. The TSP is part of your comprehensive plan to get it adopted in a way that you want done and then stand up. Okay, so sorry, I get kind of carried away with these things because the difficulty of what my staff and I do sometimes astounds me that if anything comes out of it. So that's what you need to do then, is make a list of the city's priorities and then talk to me, talk to other city attorneys about what the skill sets are that are needed for every one of those projects. And then you can start to put that together as a list of what you're looking for. You're going to be starting to rough out a job description of what you want this person to do. Whether or not this person's the interim city attorney or the permanent one. And you may want to continue what you've been doing, which is to have a stable of different firms that do different things, because that's the only way you can hire the expertise you need from different for the different projects, because they're very different. You also need a labor attorney, which that's an entity unto itself. But let's go to that one for just a moment.
Is it okay if I interrupt you for a minute? I have a question. Is this something that we should decide tonight, or are we gonna put this into a work session?
I'm gonna recommend a work session.
Yeah, I
But
definitely.
I kind of want to just sketch out a few more things that you want to talk about, just to prepare you for the work session.
The goal is a work session. We're not,
Yeah.
we're just,
This is
it's,
just
what
to
does
let
the
you know
process look like?
that-
Where do we, how do we get started?
And
That's
then
the goal.
my second question is, would it be appropriate, I know it's getting late in the hour, it's 9:41. But would it be, I would like to accommodate our labor expert here and see if we can make a motion to amend the agenda to at least see if we can hire a labor attorney.
Is
Is that on your?
That is my
Okay.
next, that's
I
why I was
like-
just
okay.
going to go. I
Okay.
said, and then there's labor attorneys.
Do you want,
I
do
want
you
to
want
talk
me to,
about.
do you want me to make a motion so you can talk about it?
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
It's part of this, and then if
Okay.
you as a counselor want to make a motion after that to do something about it, certainly that's
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
appropriate.
I'm happy to help out.
So I was called by Dan last week and told that there was this pending employment relations board matter that was going to need some action as early as this week. So I stepped in, excuse me, I took a personality test once and it said that I give myself authority to make decisions. So I sort of did that in this case. And I sent an email to the ERB, the folks who were involved in this, and Dan was copied on it, and said, Mr. Watts is gone, and he had already sent something to them to that effect, and that council was going to need to retain an attorney firm or an attorney in order to respond to the things that are going on. And then I got a response back from the ERB and it says, I ask that you identify a time frame for your extension of mandatory timelines to include a specific date by which you would agree to submit final offers and cost summaries, and to notify this office of your agreement by Monday, June 16th. to date, I have not heard from you. Well, she hadn't heard from me because I didn't have any authority to say anything to her. And I responded with an email that said, I will raise this with the council tonight and let them know tomorrow if the city council, what the city council wants to do. At this point, they say that they want the city to submit documents about offers and cost summaries to this office by Monday, June 30th, end of the fiscal year. And then I did receive also an email from the mediator to whom these documents are to be sent, saying that he thinks that if he has the expertise and he'd like to retain the jurisdiction to mediate this matter. And he said a few other things. But bottom line is there are some statutory deadlines, and the city does need to move forward to retain counsel to work on this mediation matter. And that's what Dan would tell you, is get going on it. And so what my recommendation to you is to, using this new, process of legal services, to authorize your mayor and maybe the mayor and city manager or one or the other to hire an attorney to get this process started and going so that the mediation process can follow. But it has to be the person who has the legal expertise in labor law.
Can I just say, so it can't be me.
Oh, that's true. So-
And the resolution said, and it has to be, you can enter into a contract, but then it needs to be voted on by majority of council.
Yeah.
So without overstepping, can I suggest this immediately be done in a work session where it can be discussed amongst council and I won't be part of that, but.
As
Can I just add, you've already changed the resolution. So technically, you've already given me the authority to go higher.
But it still says
And
it has to be approved by
Yeah.
council.
Back to you.
So what would not be great is if you hired, they started work, and then it comes to council and they say no, and so
Right.
that's why if we can schedule a work session ASAP where you all discuss what you want to do and then can agree to it before it's entered into so that there's no issues.
Yeah, and if I can offer, if you can't pull a work session together because people's schedules are bad and it does need to be done fairly quickly.
Even like Zoom, I don't know.
Individual
open schedules.
meetings between the manager and everybody, each city council member, without conveying information, so it doesn't become a serial meeting, simply one-way communication to the manager. He doesn't say, well, Councilor so-and-so said, that becomes a serial meeting.
I
You
think
know,
I think we need to have a work meeting
that would be
together.
preferable.
That would be preferable.
But if it can't work, there is another option.
Okay,
Well-
I have names of labor attorneys that I would know,
Can
so,
people get together like before the end of the week for a work session
Yeah.
to make this happen?
yes.
So tomorrow's a holiday.
Which week? This week?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Friday.
Friday,
Friday.
got meetings already stacked, but, maybe a Zoom meeting or something.
I mean, I think if there are recommendations by counselors, by you, and you all can discuss pros, cons, and figure it out, I don't imagine it has to be a long Zoom, but I don't,
What time on Friday?
well, I'm not sure that I even should be there, so,
Right. It's just
Whatever.
abstaining from.
Yes,
I have time on Friday.
yeah,
You
so.
have time on Friday?
Yep.
We'll make time on Friday.
What time?
So-
Zoom or in person?
Wait,
Yeah, probably.
Yes,
So
Friday
again,
afternoon.
if I could,
I'm done.
just,
I want to explain two things to the council again. This is Dan Sennell. Documents were due Monday. And I advised the Employment Relations Board on Friday of Mr. Watts's unfortunate passing and said, I'm in a bind. I've not had this happen before. And I ethically, I can't talk to Mr. Weston directly because of the rules of professional conduct. Unless I get written consent from the city, which right now you don't have an attorney, so it can't be done. Unless Mr. Trotsky through council, whatever your process would be, because I'm not going to violate my ethical obligations that I have by talking directly to Mr. Weston. I bought time the ERB, which is the state body that oversees public sector bargaining, is pushing both my office on behalf of the association and the city to get them a response ASAP.
Right,
And-
but we were just told that we have until the 30th, and we're gonna meet
Well-
Friday to get an attorney in line for you.
You're not gonna be able to find an attorney that's gonna be able to respond in that amount of time.
How do you know?
Because there's about 4 of them in the state that do this work, and they're very, very, very busy.
So what's our alternative?
Well, so Barry Elsner is one of those firms that some of their lawyers that do labor bargaining. Okay, then you have essentially 2 other firms that I work with on a regular basis with my 60+ labor groups that I bargain for around the state. Those are really going to be your only options, and that understand public sector
Well,
bargaining.
give us their name and we'll contact them.
So, I mean, I'm willing to do that to Mr. Tropke. If I, I'd be happy to give him those names, but I would urge the council on behalf of your employees to move as expeditiously as possible. And if the council would like me to be at the work session, answer questions on behalf of the association, I'm happy to adjust my schedule so I can do that on behalf of my clients.
So we're just hearing about this right now at 10 o'clock on Wednesday, and we're offering to meet tomorrow, but tomorrow's a holiday, we're being told. So before you stood up to speak, we're trying to find a time on Friday. That's about as fast as we can move, okay? So is that acceptable? Or do you want us to stay here tonight and do it now?
Well,
But those are our options from what I'm hearing. Either tonight or Friday.
so if you want the association's participation, I would suggest Friday morning at 9.
That's fine with me. I can do that.
Or in the afternoon at 3.
I can do the afternoon.
9 o'clock would be better for me.
And if I can't be there, I'll have one of my other attorneys be there.
But
to-
can you give me the names of the attorneys that you think we should call? Because I can make calls tomorrow.
So Adam Collier is a very good attorney that I work with regularly.
Okay. Who else in case he's not available?
And then the other attorney there's 2 other firms. The Miller Nash firm has labor attorneys that
Yeah,
do some
I know
public
the
sector work.
people over there. Mhm.
And
I thought Stoll Reeves has a labor attorney, no?
I've never encountered Stoll
Okay.
Reeves is a very high-end firm. I don't
Okay.
encounter them in my labor groups.
So we have Adam Collier, Miller Nash, and who is there, I think there's 2 people at Miller Nash. You know which one do you want me to call?
I'm gonna take the 5th. I
think we should get one thing.
Yes.
I think it should be coming from the staff.
Well, that's
or
what I
the
mean, but
council.
he's asking the council to move at all deliberate speed.
Yeah.
So that's about all we can offer unless you want to stay tonight and do it, but I
So
don't
the
know
other-
if he's gonna answer the phone tonight.
The other attorney is Kyle Abraham. He does Columbia County's bargaining.
And he's a solo
No,
practitioner?
he's at Ogletree Deacons
Oh,
downtown. I work with Mr. Collier's firm regularly, and I work with Mr. Abraham's firm. They do a fair amount of
okay.
employer-sided work. And then there's a small firm in Eugene that does it as well.
Okay. Well, all we can do is try to contact them and see.
A third name is Mark Wolf.
Mark Wolf.
Yeah, in Eugene.
Okay, and when we contact them, we'll
You
have,
should warn them that I'm on the other side.
So I just want to make sure, counselors, that the staff or legal counsel will reach out to these so that you don't end up with a conflict of interest or ex parte contact with the attorney side of things. So
well, we're gonna meet in a work session to talk about this, and we might be able to call them there and see if they're available and work together because it's urgent. What I'm disappointed about is that we should have had this lined up. This should have been at the top. We should have amended the agenda today, in my opinion, to make this the first order of business, so we could have dealt with this, because this really is urgent. And then we could have saved ourselves a lot of discussion when we're trying to focus on the other areas that are not relevant to that.
So is that resolved? Do we have a time for Friday afternoon?
Thought we said 9 a.m. on Friday.
9 a.m. on
Or you
Friday.
said 3 o'clock on Friday.
I can do either one.
I can't do that.
I can only do 9 o'clock.
I can do Saturday.
I think we should try to do it early Friday morning, because we're gonna have to try to catch up with these attorneys that may already be in process somewhere. And that way, because 3 o'clock on a Friday, trying to catch a lawyer is not that easy to do. I have experience with this.
Mr. Trump here.
Okay,
I know
Mr.
lawyers that
Trump,
worked on it.
I heard you say something about ex parte.
That was me.
Actually, it's-
I'm just saying, like, if you go reach out to an attorney, right, and then all of a sudden you have to vote on something that attorney's working on with Mr. Pennell, that puts us in a weird situation, so.
And you do have to enter into a contract with them or their firm, and so it would be better for one of us to talk rates, availability, who the staff are, who's going to do it. And Counselor, I understand you're not available at 3 on Friday, but it might be good for us to be able to spend a couple of hours Friday morning calling them and talking to the different people to catch them, to find out who is actually available and who's not.
Whatever you want
Because
to.
I might screen a few out that way, then if we met, you said.
I guess
three,
call,
I
I
don't-
guess we could do a call, like a Zoom call or something.
Yeah,
So-
if we want to then get together, is there another time that is available on Friday other than 9 or 3?
Don't we have until June 30th to finalize all this stuff?
Yeah, but that's, I mean, that's talking about a package of the offer and all of the other things involved in that, so it's a
A
big,
lot going on.
I don't do that, and I can imagine that.
Well, we've been talked to today to say that this is urgent, that this person wants this done now, is what I'm hearing. So we're trying to be accommodating to the need, because our employees here are important to us. Obviously, they're important to the city. So I just,
But it has been a year with no contract.
well, that's a whole other discussion and a criticism that we can talk about offline, because yeah, it's very disappointing that it's taken us this far. And now it's a big urgent matter.
So we have a week and a half.
Pardon?
The 30th, we have a week and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not.
So
But it'd be
it's-
good if we had a
yeah,
chance to actually reach out to some attorneys
Yeah.
and bring back to you, like,
Yeah,
that's
do
why I'm
that
thinking,
on
like,
Friday.
next week, next week we could bring something back to the counselor out of that.
I just, it sounded to me that,
I can't.
Dan, do you want an answer on Friday on who we're hiring, or do you wait till Monday?
Well, no, but I've also talked to the employees and they understand the sensitivity of what has led us to this place, and we're amenable. I mean, we're not gonna play gotcha with council and the city government on this, given the circumstances of Mr. Watts's passing. And if you don't get someone by next week, we will easily be able to go to Herb and say, look, we have to follow the rules here. There's ethical rules, there's statutory rules. We need until July 15th. I mean, we're gonna be able to get an extension where things aren't filed, but I think we need to be able to have contact with the Employment Relations Board by that June 30th deadline with a fair date when they can be, when the documents can be in, unless I can get Mr. Weston to just cave and take our offer.
The answer, the mediator sent it, the mediator sent.
Are we putting the cart before the horse, maybe?
Well, the mediator sent an email that said that he would try to work with everybody to get it done, and if timelines needed to be stretched a little, he might, I think, be able to.
Yeah, but I mean, should you be making the phone calls and ranking the attorneys, and then we have the work session? I guess
I
that's my
think that's a
question.
better way to do it, if you want to do it,
Because
I only have a couple of things on my calendar today and tomorrow. Tomorrow and Friday, and so
you
I could
could
actually
put-
make the phone calls.
tomorrow,
Yeah.
you could.
Right.
Do that part, and then we could meet on Friday after you and to give us guidance.
I can't say I'm gonna get a whole lot of attorneys on Thursday, but some of them are working, I think.
Why don't you give us an update? Why don't we have a Zoom call on Friday at whatever time you pick? And we can find out where we are and then take it to Monday if necessary. How does that sound?
That sounds great. What's the time available for?
I won't be able to do Monday.
No,
so-
Friday, I think she said Friday.
Yeah, Friday I can do. I'm out of the office Monday through Wednesday next week.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I only have Thursday, Friday next week.
Excuse me, I think a work session wouldn't be acceptable because we have to put out notice. And this came from
Well,
Max.
what we're talking about is like what kind of qualifications we're looking for, right? Or just kind of a general consensus, because I think what we talked about is using the resolution that the council passed, but just running it by y'all to make sure that it's not gonna get rejected once we contract with her, right? So that's the whole intention. It's not to get a full-blown vote, because we're gonna have to bring it back to the council for ratification.
So is this more of an executive session or a work session?
Yeah,
What's that?
Mike, wouldn't staff have to notice a work session?
Yes.
Technically,
But
so
tomorrow's
would
a
it
holiday.
not be suitable to do it in a executive session or emergency session
That
considering
would be an
deadline?
emergency.
You would have to do an emergency.
Session, but I want to be clear. I would like to have some say as to who is going to be this labor attorney, because I do know this area pretty well.
I don't want to pick the person. so
Okay,
that's
but I think it's really important that there is some input by city council here on an objective viewpoint. That, and that's what I'm hearing from this person, is that he wants the council to have some involvement and some skin in this game. So I'm making myself available to you. Obviously, I'm not gonna overstep or do something I'm not supposed to do. But labor and employment is something I've done for 35 years. I know a lot of the players myself. So I'm happy to help in any way that I can. I don't like to hear that our employees are waiting a year for their contract, and now through no fault of the employees of the city, Mr. Watts has passed on, which is very sad in and of itself. And now we are left to have to delay further. So I would say let's move it all deliberate speed. And I'm happy to make myself available both at 9 o'clock and at 3 o'clock on Friday, if that would be helpful.
Okay, what's the next step?
Well, the next step would be for Mr. Weston and I to get a hold of a couple of these attorneys, and I think we have to do that Friday morning. So I think 9 o'clock doesn't work well, but if we start calling Friday morning, maybe we could have an idea of availability and cost, that sort of thing. Come back and talk to you about by noon or 1 o'clock on Friday. And at that point, if we can talk to all of you at once, great. If not, maybe it has to be done in two broken groups.
I thought we were talking 3 o'clock on Friday.
Oh,
Yeah, me too.
Well,
Why don't we
yeah,
just set up a
great
Zoom
work.
call for 3 o'clock on
Yeah.
Friday, and if you have information, or if you don't, you just say, well, there's no information. How's that?
Just because I have something else at the 1 o'clock hour.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So we're gonna call this an emergency session? I
Emergency
think so.
session, and it works 3 o'clock for her, 3 o'clock for you, 3 o'clock for you, 3 o'clock for you, 3 o'clock for you, Dan.
Emergency session via Zoom, is that what we're
Seems
planning?
like
Yeah.
it works for everybody.
You could be here, Mike.
I guess, yeah.
Dan, why don't you plan on joining the meeting?
I gave Mr. Trumke the 3 numbers that of the names that I
Okay.
referenced.
Okay.
He's got them via his text, and I'll be available 3.
All right, does that help out? Does that,
Well, it's better than where we stood this morning.
okay, great,
So
excellent, great. Do we want to continue on the meeting, or I'm getting tired?
And you get cranky.
The next,
I'm already cranky.
the next item is to, I mean, I guess kind of a similar thing. You guys could probably add this into the session on Friday. I could join it, but discuss the process for city manager formal performance evaluation. Mr. Trumke, I'm gonna ask for your guidance on this part too. We last month had discussed the need for the Mr. Weston's contract says a yearly performance review, which sounds like hasn't been done a formal one in a while. And there were questions around how we do that and what are the parameters? What does the contract say? So I asked for what is the process for how we
What
do
is the
that?
process?
Yes.
it starts again with thought from the city council. City council has to put some thought into this. And, first you gotta look at what are the rules that govern performance reviews. The most important one is the contract. There is a contract with the city manager and the city. You need to look at that, see what the performance measures are that are listed in that. That's the first place to start. Then you need to look at the public meeting laws, because public meeting laws say that he has the option to have a public or an executive session meeting to go through the matter. And that takes some discussion with the city manager, and ordinarily it would be the mayor, who's, you know, the political leader of the city, although she can delegate to somebody else to sit down and say, what do you want, and what, and also to go through some of these other performance measures that we're going to talk about here in just a minute. So after public meetings laws, you've got to look at all of the state and federal employment laws. What's private, what's public, what's something in between. There are lots and lots and lots of rules and lots of statutes involved. And so all of those need to be considered and obeyed. The finally is public records laws, because a lot of employment records are private and not public. And so you've got at least 4 sets of things to look at that they govern what it is the process going to look like. So then, what do when you're looking at your performance indicators, again, contract terms, and then are there any other written job descriptions or documents that the city has generated over the years that Mr. Weston may have been involved with or not, or they may have been handed to him. And then you look at the charter. What are the duties specifically given to him by the charter? You know, one of them is to attend all these meetings. You know, that aren't you one? Another, you know, the city code has things in it. Sorry, this is 10 o'clock.
Can I just say, is it appropriate to just have like an executive session to discuss the criteria, to look at the contract, all the things that you've said, like what does the contract look like? What additional written agreements might there be?
Well, not in that. First, each one of you should sit down and talk and make your own list. What do you want and what do you need from the city manager? And then the same thing, you should reach out to staff, especially heads of departments. What do you want and need from the city manager to run the city? Though that needs to happen.
Are we allowed to talk to the staff?
Well, no, but
Not
I am.
really.
I am, and so if you want to send me the kind of information you want to ask about, I can put it into a form and spit it out.
I would like for us to kind of work together on what criteria we would like to see and the questions we can provide to you to ask.
Yeah.
Can we just schedule an executive session
To
to work?
be executive, it could be a work session.
Like-
Just do it like at that July, so we were talking earlier, possibly doing it at the July meeting, the July 16th.
Well, I think it might need to be expanded if we're talking about what's in, I don't know, does it need to be? Or can it just be a work session before the meeting?
It probably should be a work session. You might as well let the public see what the criteria are that you're going to measure. And during this time, you'd simply be saying, this is something that's important. It's one of the criteria, and we will discuss it in the later session. You don't want to get into the substance.
We're not gonna get into the substance, because that has to be done in executive session.
Yeah, no, I think just developing the criteria, listing out like all the things you said. So why don't we plan to do a work session before our next meeting that we can kind of outline
And
some
I
of these
think
things.
that the one counselor or the mayor, and I always tend to lean on the mayor for things like this, should sit down and meet with the manager and talk about what the manager wants to see out of it at the same time. And only one person should do it, because if you put a committee together that's going to report back to council, that becomes a public entity unto itself, and you got to do all of the public notices and things, and don't want to have to deal with that. When just the mayor can sit down with the manager and talk and get things done.
So maybe before the work session,
Yes.
and then we go
Just
into the
like-
work session,
Yeah, I
and
mean, my
then
door's
make it a
open and
7-hour
make a
night.
call or-
That's a cool effort.
Well, we don't have to do it the same day.
Okay.
And actually, it would be better if it was like a week or two in advance. That way.
But you and I
we
are
can,
both
like,
on
get
the
it ready.
first 2 weeks of July.
I know it.
So we'll do it after that. We'll figure it out. I'll send you an email.
And the manager needs to have some time before that to think about what he thinks the performance measures ought to be. Because he does the job, he knows it better than anybody, and so he should be reporting that back.
And didn't you say that there is a list of criteria somewhere?
It's a job description that was with my contract.
Okay.
Mira probably has it in a file cabinet somewhere. We can
So
do.
maybe we just plan like the week before at some point, we can figure out.
Do you,
what
do you have a, do you have a best practices, like
I was
a,
going to say, I will bring to you a couple of sets of criteria.
yeah,
The way councils often do it is
yeah,
they
great,
will,
helpful.
they will then get a written list of the criteria.
Right.
Each counselor goes home and writes out answers or responses to all the criteria. They get collected by the city recorder, combined into an overall report. And then you have your meeting with the counselor, with the manager, usually in an executive session to go over it. So, but he has the option to take it into a public session also, or to have it in executive.
And can we get that information like well in advance so we can do our homework?
And I would
Tomorrow?
expect, I would expect as soon as you turn in the materials to, say, the city recorder, but somebody has to be designated.
No, you,
So you're saying in our work session, we develop our criteria and then we take that and we answer it all separately.
Yes.
And then we submit it, it
Yes.
gets compiled.
Right, and
Okay.
then you sit down and go over it
Okay.
with the manager.
Okay.
could we get a copy of whatever best, samples you have already that we could start to
Yes,
look at?
I don't keep them in my office, but I will get them.
Can you
because
email them to us? so
I
you
keep
can-
them in the city manager's office in other cities.
Right,
But yes,
can you email it to all of us? Is that
yeah,
allowed?
yeah.
I think it would be good just to get us
Yeah.
starting to think about it before we go into the work session so that we're not,
I'm
starting
asking
from
him to
scratch.
send it to us
Yeah.
right now.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's great. Thank you so much. We just needed,
Sorry, yeah, and sorry that I ramble on and talk about things like that, but
Okay.
no, you're great. We
Working good.
appreciate your counsel. Okay, next item, post office discussion.
So, really fast,
Okay.
it's getting late, we prepared the letter, we're ready to send it out, and, now it in their porch. And, we sent it to the senator's offices, and the rep's office sits on the letter that
Did you-
should have been included. I gave a copy of the letter to
Nothing in my packet,
Ronnie. It wasn't in there, there was like a letter.
Nope. no letter. So do you write to the post office?
So we wrote a letter to the post, to the two senators' office requesting that, that they acknowledge King City and give us a post office because we meet the criteria that was outlined, basically stole Mr. Russell's information and put it in a nice letter and sent it off to the senators and their particular admin offices. And now it's just a matter of trying to follow up and keep at them and keep being a pest to them until they recognize and actually bring something here, hopefully.
What's the process? So it's not the post office
It's an
that makes
active-
it decide?
Yeah, it's an act of Congress, so Congress has to award it.
Is it that?
Yeah.
That's
Congress, postmaster, yeah,
what you
so,
sent the letter?
well, I sent it to our senators. So Senator Wyden and Senator Berkeley and Rep. Salinas.
Got it.
So those are the three that got the letters, sent to their respective offices. And now we'll just try to keep a bug in their ear about it, same as what we're doing about our zip code. Because we have the 97140 zip code on the far west end. And we're trying to get a King City specific zip code, so.
Yeah, because they keep telling me on Portland and Tigray.
They'll always say that regardless of what zip code we have, because the postmaster who serves our area is the Portland Post.
And 97204, the Tigard Post Office is the only local post office where they are officially required to take it addressed to Portland,
Portland, I
Oregon,
know.
97204. It's been that way historically. God knows why.
That's crazy.
Mike, can I get a copy of that letter?
I'll send it. I think I did.
Maybe send it to us too.
Yeah, I thought I gave it to Bonnie to put in the packet. I thought it was in the packet, so.
That'd be
There was only 1,400 or 1,500 pages, so.
Are we good to move on? Sure. Next item is council assignments. I would like to just table this and the planning commission appointments to next month. Where we have we're missing Councilor Hartman today. We're also, we're missing both planning commission people as well. So I would like to move that we table council assignments and planning commission appointments to our July meeting.
I second the motion.
All in favor, raise your hand. Vince?
Hi, and I'm done. Good night.
Good night.
Mayor, I think maybe council or table the next one as well, because I did prepare a presentation.
I was gonna ask if you were fine with that.
I mean, there's erosion, it's bad, I'm working on it.
Okay, great. We would love to hear your report. I move to table the Deer Creek erosion issue to July as well.
So move.
All in favor? The last is the extension of personal service contract for
Fire.
comprehensive
Building codes.
for the building services program. Yes. Is this got a deadline of today, or can we table this?
It
as well?
ends June 30th.
It does end June 30th.
Saying, and they're the ones that provide our building codes
Okay.
services. We don't have a staff to do this.
Okay.
We are grandfathered in under DCBM, and so we're asking to extend this one. We get 25% of proceeds. And then DCBM, Department of Building Codes and Management, has a provision that says all proceeds have to go back into the building code department. So for building code purposes, to our 25% is for our admin purposes and overhead here.
And I work hand in hand with the Claire Company staff. They're really good, they're responsive, they answer my emails and my phone calls. I go out to building sites and stuff with them, so I never had any issues with Claire Company.
And if you can stay on the grandfathered provisions, do that, because every other city has to hire the next door neighbor's city's building codes people to do the inspections, and it's a pain.
And
This is one I read earlier and it looked really straightforward. And
It's like it's been around for
So
20 years.
don't let it expire. Approve
I
it
would
some-
like to move that we extend the contract.
Okay, we've got a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed?
I'm gonna abstain. I don't feel like I know enough about it to make a vote.
An abstention by Councilor Braverman.
So 4-0-1. Motion passed. 4 to approve,
Yes.
0 nays and 1 abstention.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chief Hapola, would you like to give us your report?
I could defer till next month. I need like 15 minutes,
waited
and
for
I'll let it go.
Bullet points, nothing?
I'm available for any questions.
City manager's report.
I'm also going to try to defer as much as possible. I am out of the office early next week, and then I'm gone for the 2 weeks in July for city manager conference. And so, anyhow, I hand it off to you.
Okay, mayors and councils reports. Council President Gelfen, let's start with you.
Good time to pass.
Okay. Councilor Tyso?
I have a bunch and, the only thing that I guess I'll bring up is just today I was at the League of Small Cities Region 2 out in Banks. And I'm looking at the agenda and surprise, we are hosting the next one on September 17th here. So we have to, I guess, get that on the city's calendar so that we can reserve this, this space to hold the meeting.
What's the date?
September 17th, and it's from 11 to 2. Or 11 to 1, excuse me. And they typically have around 20 participants.
That reminds me, I think we're hosting the Washington County Manager meeting in July 1st, maybe.
Look at us. We're knocking it out of the park. I have to give a presentation to the Metro next month too.
Okay, is that it for you, Council Tyso?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else can wait. This was the only one I wanted to be sure got on
Thank you. Counselor Braverman?
I'll defer to next meeting.
Okay, Counselor Gearhart.
I went to the KCCA meeting that last Tuesday, I think. Chatting with probably about 100 people there and stood at the door and forced people to take my business card, introducing myself as the newest member of the council. So I should have probably cleared that with Councilor Gelfand, since that's his job. But I'll work with him later on.
You're a local yokel like I am, so.
Yeah.
All right, and the mayor's report, the only two things I have were I got forwarded a couple kudos emails this month. So one for Max for nailing it with the passports.
Yeah.
I know those can be very busy, but a very kindly worded email that you're doing great. So that's awesome. And then another one praising Ronnie for his efforts and organization for the King City Blood Drive. We had 14 units of blood collected, which is enough to help 42 patients.
Wow.
So great. There was a glowing review of Ronnie and how he's been a great leader for that.
It's our last meeting before 4th of July too.
Oh, yeah.
So that's coming along. We have a tent. I think we have,
Do we have the toilets?
yes, we have
Toilet.
toilets,
I think
water.
we have like a
and-
county
Yeah, we-
obstacle course
Yes,
thing.
we have an obstacle course.
We
So,
should be walking together.
I won't be here.
I'm gone.
What?
Yes, so I won't be here either. And I'm actually out of the country, so.
Do we usually walk together?
Usually it's a cart, so they'll do like carts or cars for elected officials, so.
Yeah.
And they'll give you a ride and you can, usually they're convertible, you can ride on the back or you can decorate your own golf cart or something, but I'll hand it back to the mayor.
So, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I have a trip planned with the family that's been in the works for over a year before all of this. So, I will be not here. And that's unfortunate because I've been at every parade for like a decade. So I certainly will miss it, but I know it'll be great. So. All right, that is it. Our next meeting will be July 16th. We will schedule that work session beforehand. And can I get a motion to adjourn?
Wait, and we're gonna talk at 3 o'clock on Friday.
That's correct.
Somebody's gonna send us
An emergency session
An
at
emergency session.
via Zoom.
I just clarify.
Emergency Zoom session at 3 p.m. I will not be in attendance.
Make a motion.
That will be my refusal.
I second motion.
Motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.